Senhoras e senhores, bom dia. Vamos dar início à quarta edição da Conferência Anual da Rede Temática Interdisciplinar da Saúde. Presidem a cerimónia de abertura o magnífico reitor da Universidade de Lisboa, professor Dr. António Cruz Serra, e o vice-presidente do Conselho Diretivo da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, professor Dr. Miguel Castanho, acompanhados pelas co-chairs da redeSAÚDE, professoras doutoras Ana Sebastião e Margarida Diogo. Vai usar da palavra o magnífico reitor da Universidade de Lisboa, professor Dr. António Cruz Serra.
Sr. Vice-Presidente da FCT, caro professor Miguel Castanho, excelentíssimos senhores representantes da Ordem dos Farmacêuticos, dos Enfermeiros e dos Engenheiros, excelentíssimos senhores representantes da APIFarma, da ANF e da SPMS, caros representantes dos parceiros do Lisbon Living Plus e de outras entidades parceiras da Universidade de Lisboa, caros membros da equipe reitoral e outros órgãos da Universidade e das escolas, caros docentes, investigadores, estudantes, trabalhadores administrativos e técnicos da Universidade, caros convidados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. A Universidade de Lisboa iniciou ontem a sua terceira semana de inovação, que continua hoje com a realização da quarta Conferência Anual da redeSAÚDE da Universidade de Lisboa. Temos dito que a fusão ocorrida em 2013 entre a Universidade de Lisboa e a Universidade Técnica de Lisboa originou uma nova realidade no ensino superior em Portugal, realizando a maior alteração de contexto organizacional da Universidade em Portugal desde há muito tempo. O que nem sempre recordamos é que foi a colaboração nas áreas da saúde e designadamente o mestrado em Engenharia Biomédica, organizado pelo Instituto Superior Técnico e pela Faculdade de Medicina, que lançaram há mais de uma década os alicerces daquilo que estamos a concretizar. Foi essa colaboração que permitiu ganhar confiança no trabalho conjunto e esteve presente nas discussões iniciais do Conselho Geral da antiga Universidade de Lisboa, antes da formalização de uma proposta apresentada à então Universidade Técnica. Gostaria aqui de destacar o papel relevante de um grande académico, certamente o melhor dentre nós, o professor João Lobo Antunes, que foi determinante em ambos os momentos fundadores desta Universidade de Lisboa, quer no estabelecimento de pontos de colaboração iniciais, quer na decisão política de iniciar o processo em concreto. A constituição da Rede Temática Interdisciplinar da Saúde, logo após a fundação desta Universidade de Lisboa, era algo absolutamente inquestionável. O potencial inovador em concreto que a Universidade pode trazer à vida de todos nós e a fusão de conhecimentos das humanidades e ciências sociais às tecnologias de ponta e à transformação organizacional dos sistemas de saúde tem nesta rede amplo campo de trabalho que, estou certo, apesar de muito que já foi feito, ainda está apenas no início do que é possível fazer. E muito já foi alcançado. Destacaria em concreto, a título exemplificativo, 3 projetos em execução. O Centro de Excelência Europeu em Medicina de Precisão e Regenerativa, da Discoveries, parceria de 5 grandes universidades portuguesas com a University College de Londres. Os 5 twinnings da Universidade de Lisboa aprovados na primeira fase, entre os 5 twinnings da Universidade de Lisboa aprovados na primeira fase do Horizonte 2020, o Altur, com a participação de 5 escolas da Universidade e parcerias com a Universidade de Leuven, a Universidade de Maastricht e a Universidade de Macerata. O projeto de saúde apresentado à CCDR no âmbito RIS3 pela Universidade de Lisboa, Universidade Nova, Centro Hospitalar de Lisboa Norte, Centro Hospitalar de Lisboa Central e IPO de Lisboa, conjuntamente com vários centros de investigação excelentes das duas universidades. Qualquer um destes projetos tem um impacto transformador apreciável, mas são apenas alavancas no quadro da variada e rica atividade de investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação no setor da saúde realizada hoje na Universidade com parceiros de primeira linha ao nível global. São também parte de uma estratégia mais global em que a Universidade de Lisboa se tem vindo a aproximar gradualmente de parceiros da sociedade civil, como é bem ilustrado na plataforma Lisbon Living Plus, coordenada pela Universidade de Lisboa e que agrega 35 entidades do setor público, privado e social, incluindo autarquias e associações de doentes. Neste âmbito, gostaria de realçar e destacar o papel desempenhado pelo professor José Pereira Miguel na primeira fase desta plataforma e agradecer o muito que fez pela Universidade de Lisboa. Tivemos recentemente a oportunidade de contar com o Comissário Europeu para a Investigação, com o CEO do EIT Health e com o Vice-Presidente de Inovação da Philips na Conferência Anual do Lisbon Living Plus, onde foi bem evidenciado o potencial de crescimento e afirmação desta plataforma. Trabalho que vai continuar com a realização de 2 workshops anuais para discussão de projetos comuns, o primeiro dos quais já no próximo dia 18 deste mês. A afirmação gradual da Universidade de Lisboa no seio do EITL, plataforma de inovação europeia, na área da vida saudável e envelhecimento ativo, permite estarmos hoje presentes numa comunidade internacional de mais de 140 parceiros, com um investimento global previsto de 2,3 mil milhões de euros ao longo de 7 anos, 25% dos quais oriundos do Horizonte 2020 e do futuro FP9. O ritmo crescente de participação da Universidade de Lisboa tem sido uma escola de aprendizagem, ainda com enorme potencial de crescimento, mas desde já a evidenciar o resultado da existência de uma estratégia sustentada. Finalmente, esta foi a primeira rede a ter a sua própria spin-off. Trata-se da Conferência Anual de Saúde Pública da Universidade de Lisboa, cuja segunda Conferência Anual decorrerá no próximo dia 29, nesta mesma sala. Há muito trabalho realizado, mas falta ainda muito caminho por percorrer. Tal como noutros setores, também aqui nos faz falta trazer mais empresas e mais cidadania para dentro da universidade, para em conjunto realizarmos um verdadeiro trabalho que permita encontrar novas soluções que alicercem uma nova realidade económica assente na geração de novo conhecimento e inovação. Também, para com a cidadania, através das suas diferentes presenças, associações de doentes, setor social, autarquias, utilizadores de sistemas de saúde, etc., alcançarmos melhorias significativas, quer nos estilos de vida mais saudáveis, quer no envelhecimento ativo, quer na modernização tecnológica dos serviços de saúde, melhorando a acessibilidade, contribuindo para melhorar a relação custo-benefício na utilização de inovação em tecnologias de saúde. No quadro desta realidade, esperamos ser possível, a partir da experiência desenvolvida, podermos em breve prazo constituir o Conselho Consultivo Empresarial da redeSAÚDE da Universidade de Lisboa. Gostaria de aproveitar esta oportunidade para agradecer a todos aqueles que trabalham neste setor no âmbito da Universidade de Lisboa e muito em particular a todos os membros da redeSAÚDE, o trabalho importantíssimo que vem desenvolvendo. Em particular, peço que estou aqui a mexer, não é? Em particular, felicitar a liderança da redeSAÚDE nas pessoas das professoras Jana Sebastião e Margarida Diogo, e que, acompanhadas pelos professores Helena Monteiro, Bruno Spodes e Helena Cortês Pinto, dirigem hoje esta rede importantíssima para o futuro da Universidade de Lisboa. Merecem uma palavra especial os anteriores coordenadores da redeSAÚDE, os professores Sampaio Cabral e Miguel Castanho, pelo trabalho notável que realizaram de 2013 a 2016 e a quem se devem os resultados alcançados neste período. Gostaria ainda de agradecer aos professores Beatriz Lima e Tiago Maia, que neste período também integraram o core grupo desta rede. Gostaria em particular de destacar o papel relevante que o professor Joaquim Sampaio Cabral desempenhou e vai continuar a desempenhar no planeamento, candidatura e agora implementação do Centro de Excelência em Medicina de Precisão Regenerativa da Discoveries. Agradecer finalmente ao professor Rogério Gaspar todo o entusiasmo e o trabalho nas diferentes redes temáticas da Universidade de Lisboa e a todos os colegas do GAINA. Disse ontem e repito aqui hoje, a Universidade de Lisboa não é apenas a casa dos que aqui trabalham todos os dias. É uma plataforma estratégica ao serviço de Portugal e das nossas parcerias internacionais.
Agora, vai usar da palavra o Vice-Presidente do Conselho Diretivo da Fundação para a Ciência e Tecnologia, Miguel Castanho.
Os meus bons dias a todos. Saudação especial ao Sr. Reitor, professor António Cruz Serra, ao professor Rogério Gaspar, às minhas colegas, co-chairs da rede. Obviamente é com grande prazer, agradeço o convite para vir aqui, mas enfim, é uma situação um bocadinho especial, porque é um convite para vir à minha própria casa, que não deixou de ser. E estou aqui com muito gosto, porque também tenho ligações históricas à rede e sei e conheço bem o valor da rede e o papel que ela desempenha. E ela é, sobretudo, uma visão de futuro. Enfim, eu gosto mais sempre de olhar para o futuro do que propriamente para o passado. E já o Sr. Reitor falou da união das universidades, que correspondeu ela também a uma visão de futuro. E, de facto, na FCT também tentamos olhar para o futuro. E o futuro é sempre mais importante do que propriamente o passado, e temos que nos preparar para um futuro que vai ser bastante diferente daquilo a que estamos habituados, eventualmente até muito diferente do presente. O futuro vai puxar mais à união, enquanto houve um passado que puxou mais a uma certa pulverização, uma certa dispersão e uma certa diversidade. Se olharmos para o sistema científico e tecnológico nacional, encontramos de tudo. Também. Encontramos instituições públicas, encontramos unidades orgânicas de outras instituições maiores, encontramos associações privadas sem fins lucrativos, enfim, tudo o que a imaginação consegue alcançar e o direito permite, o sistema científico e tecnológico nacional tem. Também. Isto põe grandes desafios à FCT, quando tem que criar regras e tentando ser justo e criar regras iguais para todos. Depois tem grandes dificuldades em perceber como é que uma mesma regra tem um impacto também justo em todas estas configurações. Basta pensarmos no impacto e na implementação do Decreto-Lei 57, do emprego científico, tá bom? Que tem repercussões diferentes em instituições diferentes, consoante a sua natureza. Basta pensar nisso para sabermos como é difícil, tá bom? Criar normativos neste momento. Temos um sistema extremamente disperso. De qualquer maneira, não vai continuar a ser possível também, financiar o sistema todo da forma em que ele foi financiado durante vários anos para trás. Porque o mundo mudou, porque o país mudou e também porque a FCT não perdeu importância, mas perdeu centralidade no domínio do financiamento. Também. Os canais de financiamento, neste momento, são muito mais complexos. São um conjunto de lógicas regionais e uma lógica nacional, tudo misturado no mesmo caldeirão e mexido e temperado a gosto. A FCT tenta puxar sempre e tenta dar união e tenta fazer uma diplomacia de defesa dos interesses do sistema científico e tecnológico nacional no meio destes vários canais que financiam ciência, no meio de outras atividades. Portanto, eu digo que a FCT não perdeu a importância, mas perdeu a centralidade, porque não é ela própria um banco que tem os fundos e, portanto, distribui os fundos e cria políticas de implementação. Simplesmente a FCT faz diplomacia de canalização de fundos. E, portanto, aqui assim o futuro exigirá da comunidade científica, primeiro, a consciência da complexidade em que vivemos, e depois saber as regras do jogo. Não é o que se passa se olharmos para a estranheza com que foi encarado o concurso para financiamento de projetos de investigação científica, percebemos que grande parte da comunidade científica não percebeu ainda que o mundo mudou. E que a FCT, de facto, tem um papel importante em matéria de diplomacia, mas não é um banco que distribui o dinheiro que tem. No domínio da saúde em concreto, também se quer que, por via da união de esforços e da sinergia, o mundo mude significativamente num futuro próximo, porque queremos apostar mais em centros académicos clínicos e menos em uma unidade de investigação para um lado, uma escola de medicina para o outro e um hospital para o outro. A união de esforços entre unidades de investigação, escolas de medicina e hospitais tem que ser uma realidade. E aqui assim já não é só uma questão de economia de recursos e uma questão de fazer mais com menos que temos. Aqui já é uma questão de completar, de fio a pavio, toda a cadeia de conhecimento e toda a cadeia de acrescentar valor que possa chegar desde a unidade de investigação, onde alguém tem uma ideia, e as ideias são personalizadas, são pessoas que têm ideias, equipas testam ideias, e elas depois podem ser transferidas a pegar produtos e entrar no mercado. Mas, portanto, esta aglutinação é a chave em que a FCT está apostada para conseguir que o sistema evolua e se consolide consistentemente, de fio a pavio, desde a ideia até ao benefício do cidadão com um determinado produto ou uma determinada tecnologia. Espero que consigamos avançar ou levar mais longe o conceito de centro académico clínico e que ele chegue à 3AS e que um dia possamos vir a ser avaliados como centro académico clínico e não uma avaliação desgarrada para um lado da FCT, da unidade de investigação, outra desgarrada da A3AS para uma faculdade de medicina ou para uma universidade, e ainda há de haver outra do Ministério da Saúde para o hospital e depois não bate a bota com a perdigota. E começa logo, e depois isto cruza vários aspectos, como as carreiras clínicas, enfim, que estão mais dentro do Ministério da Saúde do que propriamente dentro da FCT, mas a FCT, entendendo que todos estes aspectos beneficiam depois o mundo da investigação e o mundo da inovação, obviamente que luta por eles. Há vários outros domínios onde o mundo precisa neste momento mais de aglutinação e de união e de reunião do que propriamente uma grande dispersão. O small is beautiful é uma ideia romântica, mas que digamos que tem limites. Também. Quando chega ao nano, deixa de ser muito, muito beautiful. Não estou a falar das nanociências, senão sou expulso aqui da sala. Mas estou a dizer que grupinhos que se vão dividindo, subisolando, chega uma altura em que a pulverização é atómica e o mundo perde consistência. Muito poderíamos falar, por exemplo, de redes e infraestruturas, que também puxariam muito a um desenvolvimento ordenado do sistema para a constituição das redes e de infraestruturas comuns. Aí a FCT tem uma grande dificuldade, é que perde-se a comparabilidade em determinada altura. Também. Sobretudo quando chega à altura de determinadas redes nacionais pertencerem depois a infraestruturas europeias que são financiadas pelos Estados, perde-se comparabilidade. Toda a gente, todos os investigadores portugueses legitimamente querem pertencer a alguma infraestrutura europeia, que isso dá benefícios. Tá bom? Toda a gente espera que a FCT pague os custos de pertencer a essa infraestrutura europeia. O problema é que não é razoável fazer um concurso também, de avaliação e que, portanto, depois forneça uma lista ordenada por mérito que diga que a FCT, tá bom, por mérito, deve financiar esta e não a outra. E a outra é outra. E, obviamente, que qualquer cientista sabe que a sua área é a mais importante do mundo. Se me perguntarem a mim, é bioquímica, eu não tenho a mínima dúvida. Portanto, se me perguntarem a mim, investigador, onde é que a FCT deve investir, eu não tenho dúvidas nenhumas que deve ser em bioquímica. Não tenho qualquer dúvida, como investigadora, que a FCT deve facilitar a vida dos bioquímicos e permitir-lhes pertencer a redes europeias. Eu não tenho dúvidas nenhumas. O problema é que os meus colegas da computação também não têm dúvidas, os da farmácia também não têm dúvidas, os das ciências sociais também não têm dúvidas, ninguém tem dúvidas. Não? E, portanto, e o dinheiro não dá para tudo, e há um problema de comparabilidade. E onde há um problema de comparabilidade e onde há um problema de avaliação por mérito, há um problema grande para um sistema que se quer justo. E aqui, assim, também, por causa disto, também, a cooperação seria mais importante que a competição. E há N aspectos onde, hoje em dia, a cooperação é mais importante que a competição, e nós estamos todos habituados a viver num sistema competitivo, e às vezes não conseguimos perceber bem como é que um sistema competitivo pode ser organizado no sentido da cooperação, mas isso é um caminho que vamos ter que fazer. Porque, como eu dizia, o futuro vai sempre puxar mais à cooperação. Isso não tenho dúvida nenhuma. Muito obrigado. Muito obrigado pelo convite.
Dá-se por encerrada a cerimónia de abertura da 4ª Conferência Anual da redeSAÚDE, seguindo-se uma rotação de mesas para se dar início à primeira sessão de trabalhos, moderada pela professora Mónica Oliveira.
Não está aqui a correr.
Bom dia, gostaria de cumprimentar todos os presentes, agradecer a vossa presença e espero que esta seja uma sessão bem proveitosa. I'm now switching to English. So, it's an honor to be here. and to have the opportunity in introducing in the agenda of the university some themes that have not, in a certain way, been very deeply addressed. So I hope that it will be a very insightful session regarding innovation in healthcare and health technology assessment. I'm not going to do many considerations, but what we know is that in the current society, we know that health technology assessment, understood as creating evidence to help decision makers in understanding the value of technologies, is unavoidable. We know that it's coming to agenda. We have scarce resources and we need to consider how to apply them in the best way. So the best thing is to have here someone that has been doing a lot of research, technology transfer, and innovative work in the area. So it's a pleasure to introduce Professor Martin Iserman from the University of Twente, the Netherlands. Professor Martin Iserman has a very extensive research career that has been dedicating in teams about health technology and services research. Is a professor in clinical epidemiology and health technology assessment that has been working a lot on themes related with use of decision analytic tools to improve decision making, and not doing that in the most common area, that is pharmaceuticals, but devoting that to the analysis of diagnostic and imaging technologies and to some areas of cancer. He has more than 150 articles. He has created a spin-off company. He has been very active in several societies and official boards. And maybe I should have he has done all this, and he is also the chair of the Health Technology and Services Research Department of the University of Twente, and also the Deputy Dean for Health and Biomedical Technology in the university, that is supervising a lot of health-related projects at the university. So he has two hats. One of health technology assessment, and the other as someone being enlightening and promoting initiatives at the University of Twente to develop a proper health agenda directed for the future. So I think that I should now give the word to Professor Martin Iserman and thank him again for the availability to be here.
Okay, this is better. So I was just said, it's really a pleasure to be here on this meeting and to be able to present some of the work that we do on health technology and health technology assessment in the university. And what I particularly find very interesting from this meeting is that if I go back to my university, we have 5 schools, mechanical engineering, computer science, science and technology. We have a business school, behavioral management, but we don't have a medical school. But there's a lot of research going on in healthcare. So we actually want to bridge the different disciplines all together and see where we can collaborate in the topic of healthcare. And I think a symposium like you're organizing across the university is very helpful to bring together the researchers on that particular topic and to learn from each other and to see if there could be a benefit of collaborating. So I think if you're okay, I'll take this initiative back to my university and see if we can organize a university-wide conference on healthcare every year. So I have a couple of take-home messages. I reviewed the program before coming here, and I thought there were quite a different topics that I could talk a little bit about. So I decided to take a bit of the research that we've done across the themes of today, so there might be some interaction with all of you. That's actually what I hope. But there's a few key messages that I'd like to bring to your attention. So it's about personalized healthcare. It's about the delivery of health services, which are tailored to the need and preferences of patients in the end. That's one key message. Technological developments allow for early detection of multiple biomarkers, and which are prognostic and predictive for therapy outcome, and thus health economic impact. So that's really the health technology assessment part. And then the value of personalized medicine is determined by the elicitation of preferences for health outcomes, but not just health outcomes. It's also about the process of care, the way we deliver our health services. So that will be the third message I'd like to bring to your attention today. But before continuing, I hope you can see the slides. Maybe we could dim the lights a little bit, if it's hard to see. This is this beautiful castle. You recognize this castle. I've been here 2 or 3 years ago, and I really enjoyed that place in Sintra. But I thought I'd take this castle with me, because if I go back about 20 years in where I am and how we looked into healthcare, we could say a hospital was like a castle. It's built high up on the mountains. It's very hard to get access to. If you're in there, it's very hard to get out there. And there's virtually no communication between the hospital and its surroundings. So this is symbolizing the hospital about 20 years ago, an isolated institution which is very hard to get into, very hard to get out. And if you're there, you stay there. So hospital stay was at least 2 or 3 times as long as these days. So that's why I thought bringing up this castle to symbolize how hospitals have emerged, how hospitals have developed, and how health systems have developed. You probably know this report on the European Health Consumer Index. It actually compares different health systems in Europe. It ranks health systems, and it looks in terms of accessibility to the health system, the health services. It looks in the quality of care, patient satisfaction. So there's different metrics that they compare to different health systems. And I thought I'll take this slide with me also to if you're not familiar with that, there's a very clear message to Portugal. You're doing very, very well. So you have passed the UK, so well done. That's literally from the report. But it's very impressive climb since 2012. So your health system is getting much better these days. And it does particularly well in the bang for the buck analysis. So in terms of efficiency, in terms of costs of the system and the outcome, you're doing pretty well. So congratulations to Portugal. There are 5 trends that we've seen over the last few years in the change from the old-fashioned health system, the hospitals, to where we are at the moment. And most of you are aware of those trends. So from reactive to proactive, so prevention is getting more attention. It's from institution-centered to decentralized, so we put more emphasis on primary care centers, on general practitioners. From paternalistic to empowered, so we empower patients to make their own decision, at least to be taking part in decision-making. From volume-based to value-based, that's a very big change, where we try to purchase healthcare based on the value that you produce rather than the volume. So we change from fee-for-services to pay-for-performance. That's a major change, also advocated by Michael Porter with the value-based healthcare, you're probably aware of. And the final one is that I want to talk about a bit more today is about the trend from one size fits all to personalized healthcare. So personalization of healthcare. But what do we mean with personalization? Because there are different definitions of personalization and personalized medicine. So the first one is this has come from a paper a couple of years ago on the definition of personalized medicine. And actually from that definition, I'll read it for you. Personalized medicine seeks to improve stratification and timing of healthcare by utilizing biological information and biomarkers on the level of molecular disease, pathways, genetics, proteomics, as well as metabolomics. So this is very much about the drug prescription, personalized medicine, description of drugs based on molecular set of biomarkers. So that will be one way of framing personalized medicine. But there's also a different way of addressing personal healthcare or personalized medicine. And so we try and we aim to broaden that scope to personalized healthcare. It's much more than just drug prescription. It's about healthcare, health services. So essentially, health systems are at an important crossroad. Health systems are under substantial pressure to to deliver value to populations they serve within the limited resources, while at the same time the role of the consumer is evolving. So it's about the consumer, it's about the person, it's about the patient in the system. We want to deliver value to that patient. So that's a bit of a different framing of personalized healthcare. And we prefer the latter, to be honest. I mean, we do a lot of personalized medicine, very narrow drug prescription, but we take it from a wider perspective. I'll come to that in a minute. So just to share 2 or 3 slides with some of the research in my university. So we do work on regenerative medicine, precision medicine, developing of targeted interventions, molecular diagnostics. So this is work that we do on targeted therapeutics, so developing of peptides to deliver drugs at, for instance, tumor cells. So that's work we're doing. But also organ on chip. It's a very recent development in our university. We just got a large grant, European grant on organ on chip technology, where we culture cells on a chip in order to do drug development or drug testing, screening of drugs. And so some of the work that we've been doing is on kidney on chip, heart on chip, heart cells on a chip, to actually look into contractile function of heart cells, blood-brain barriers, wet macular degeneration, and thrombosis on a chip. So this is all organ models or disease models that we can build in a chip for targeting new drugs, targeting delivery of drugs. So this is some of the work that we do in the university. But also the other side is on 24-hour monitoring. So we have lots of technologies to monitor patients 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For instance, patients at risk for heart failure or myocardial infarction. Based on a risk score, we have sensors available, pressure sensor, cardiac pressure sensor, heart rate sensors. We monitor those patients and we develop risk scores which will guide patients to seek assistance from the hospital or surgeon. So that's based on epidemiological data as well as the sensor data that we obtain from our local sensors. So this is the other spectrum of personalized healthcare. It's really 24-hour monitoring of patients. And the final one of research that we do is on early detection of biomarkers. On the right, you see this is work that we do in the Nanotechnology Institute. So on detection of, for instance, hypermethylated DNA in urine for bladder cancer detection or lung cancer detection through different mechanisms that we can bind hypermethylated DNA on a molecular scale. So that's work that we do in fluids, in body fluids. But we also do a lot of work on liquid biopsies. So we take blood from cancer patients and we detect circulating tumor cells as a prognostic factor for disease or as a response monitor for switching treatments. So this is also work that we have been doing on early detection of cancer or early detection of disease. So I'll take a small step to what is the value of that technologies. I mean, my talk would be about health technology assessment. So in HTA, we'd basically look into the value of new technologies and whether that's value that's produced is sufficient to be able to obtain reimbursement. So if it comes to the value of those diagnostic technologies, for instance, for cancer detection, we usually look into different elements of value. So we look into the evaluation, clinical validity, technical validity of a new biomarker or a new test, diagnostic test. But where it really comes into action is the clinical utility. So as a health economist, as an HTA person, or as a clinical person, you really want to know what's the utility of a particular test. In other words, how can you use your test to improve clinical management, and what's the impact on efficacy, patient management, cost effectiveness, or sustainability of the health system. So actually, how can you use your diagnostic test for better patient care? So clinical utility, it's I would say the buzzword in our field if it comes to the value of new technologies. And a very simple way to look at the value of those diagnostic technologies would be a decision model like presented here. So this is a very standard decision model in which we can compare 2 drugs. We have a drug treatment A and a treatment B, and they have different efficacy profiles. So drug A, if it's successful, it gives you 2 life years, 2 years of extension. If treatment B is effective, it gets you even more, 2.5 life years. But the probability of the success is a bit different. So it's 90% for B and 80% for A. The drawback here is that treatment B is far more expensive. It's $120,000 per patient, whereas treatment A is $20,000 per patient. So the decision here will be, are you going to treat all patients with A, or with B, or with neither? I mean, that could be a third decision to make here. But if you do a comparison, so suppose that we compare treating all patients with B, that means that we gain additional life years, 2.35 in total. I don't have a pointer here, so I just try to point with my fingers. 2.35 life years gained if treated all with treatment B, only 1.80 if treatment with A. So the difference in life years is 0.55. And then the difference in cost between the two treatments is 100,000. So in terms of cost effectiveness, this really means that treating patients with B means that you paid 180,000 per life year gained. So that's quite expensive. And most jurisdictions would not accept this kind of treatments. It's too expensive. So this is just a very standard cost-effectiveness model. But now we look into the diagnostics. So suppose that we have a new diagnostic test, a liquid biopsy. We take a biopsy and we detect CTC, circulating tumor cells. And based on the CTCs, we decide to treat with either A or B. So if patients are low on cells, so the frequency of the cells is low, they have a better prognosis, and we tend to treat them with the treatment B. It's more expensive, but it's much better in those patients. It's more likelihood of beneficial. So we make a distinction. So we decide, based on the test that we implement, we decide to treat all patients with the patient with a positive test with B, and the other patient with A, with a cheaper drug. And then you see the difference here, because if you then stratify your cohort based on your test, which is the a priori probability of response, then you could see that the overall gain in survival is quite about the same. It's 2.34, so that means it's the middle strategy, the test first strategy, 2.34 life years for the whole group of patients at a much lower cost, only 60,000. So you half the cost, you gain as much life years as you want with the treating all patients with the B. So this is how you could use diagnostic testing. So a diagnostic test stratifies your population to the people that are very likely to respond and the people that are not likely to respond. So in order to gain cost-effective health care. So this is a very simple approach. But there's a somewhat different, more difficult approach, and this is on metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. So patients have been treated with hormone therapy for quite a while, and they become metastatic and they're progressing. So at that time, there's several courses of treatment. So you can do first line, second, third line, fourth line, different treatments. But you want to avoid over-treatment. So you want to target a treatment at the right time, and you want to not to over-treat. So if there's no response of a treatment, you want to stop and switch immediately to a second line or a third line drug, which probably will be more effective in those patients. So here, this is where you could use circulating tumor cells as well. So we do some trials with the Institute for Cancer Research in London, where we use CTC enumeration. So we just count cells. And on the right, you see this is a large study on the prognosis of patients' survival prediction based on the presence of CTCs. So if there's more than 5 CTCs per 7.5 milliliters, you have a bad prognosis. So if we use that, we want to keep that number of CTCs low in our treatment, and we use that as a response monitor. We can switch treatment very early. And that's what we try to achieve with this kind of liquid biopsies all the way on the course of the treatment of those cancer patients to get sufficient insight into whether they are responding to the treatment so we can stop treating if it's not effective, and we can switch to a better treatment, more effective. Second, third line treatments usually are much more expensive. So preferably in terms of health economics, you want to start with a cheap treatment that will capture most of the patients, and only those that will not respond to the first line will be switched to second and third line. So with that early switching based on biomarkers, you could potentially save costs for the health system. You can improve quality of life. You can improve survival. That's the idea. So this is the good thing, and this is some of the work that we're currently doing, because this is just counting CTC cells, but it can become more complicated if you're really looking to CTC profiling. This is the good thing. The other thing is that you have to use that from a clinical perspective. So if it comes to the use of biomarkers and actual making clinical decisions to switch treatments, yeah, it really comes to the expert knowledge of a physician, whether they use that biomarker in an appropriate way. This is a study that we published last year from, with people from the Institute for Cancer Research on the use of PSA testing in metastatic castration-resistant prostate cancer. And we had 3 different profiles. The first one on top, we have an 8-week period that we do 3 PSA tests. And the question to the physician here is, do you think this patient is progressing based on PSA? Yes or no? So based on the profile on the top left here, you say that the correct answer, the answer is no. You can't say that. So the correct answer is no. But in this case, nearly 60% of the physicians failed to recognize that you need at least 12 weeks before you can say that the patient is progressing. So we only had 8 weeks of data reported. So in this case, 60% did not meet that criterion or failed to acknowledge that. The second one, there's a drop after 8 weeks in the 12-week period, and then there's an increase. The correct answer there, this patient is progressing, and most of the physicians, 85% of the physicians recognize that there's a need of progression. And the final one on the bottom, the correct answer, so there's a drop here at 12 weeks, and then it goes up, and there's a little drop after 20 weeks. The correct answer here in this case is yes, the patient is progressing, and even 90% of the physicians fail to recognize that a second confirmatory PSA value can be below the previous one. So in terms of physician decision-making, we can analyze all biomarkers, so we can develop guidelines, but there's a lot of practice variation, and not all guidelines are being implemented in the way that we have developed them. So decision-making from a physician perspective is very, very important. And I'd like to quote a very famous statistician, Stephen Sen, whom I worked with in Luxembourg, about personalized medicine. And he said, he wrote a very nice paper on variation in systems, health systems. And I quote from this paper, he suggested that reducing variation in medical practice might make a big contribution to improving health outcomes as personalizing its delivery according to the patient. So there's probably more variation in the system by physicians than we can solve with personalizing healthcare. So that's a provocative standpoint of Stevenson. A very nice paper to read. Okay, I'd like to make a small step to HTA and how we determine value. And in HTA, we usually call this the 4th hurdle. So the 4th hurdle actually is the hurdle of market access and reimbursement. So this is a very schematic flow of development, drug development or device development from early stages of clinical research, phase 1, phase 2 research, phase 3, and then all the way up to market access and reimbursement, which is about the coverage of society paying for your new product. So this is what we call mainstream health technology assessment. It's evidence development alongside clinical trials in order to inform regulatory agencies about safety profiles and about reimbursement decisions. So this is about health technology assessment, and it's about value, because it's the decision to reimburse a particular technology depends on the value that's produced. And if it comes to value, I would like to make the very important distinction between prices and value. Price is what you pay, and value is what you get. So value is what we get in return from investing in something. This is a strict economic theory. So in terms of investing and doing cost-effective analysis, what we pay for a particular service is something different than what we get out of it in terms of value. So I'd like to talk a little bit about value in healthcare. And one of the common instruments to determine value in healthcare is an instrument called EQ5D. And EQ5D has 5 domains. It's a very short questionnaire. It's very easy to implement. It has only 5 domains that we look at: mobility, self-care, user activities, pain, discomfort, and anxiety and depression. And there's only 3 options for each domain. So you have only 5 answers. That's the whole questionnaire. So we complete that questionnaire. We just tick boxes. We can use that profile because we can describe a patient profile with those 5 questions to compute a utility, a health state utility, which is on the left there. So in this hypothetical case, it's 0.65. The utility goes on a scale from 0 to 1, and it can be used to calculate quality adjusted life years. So the quality is the health state utility times the life years. That's a quality adjusted life years. And this is a metric that's commonly used by health economists to do cost-effective analysis, cost utility analysis, cost in terms of quality gained. So that's one measure of value. Did anyone use EQ5D before? Are you familiar with EQ5D, or is this just very new to all of you? It's new, you know it? And for the other people, this is new? Okay. So this is very commonly used. And it looks at social functioning, physical functioning, mental functioning on a very high level, aggregate way. So let's make it a bit more complex. So I've seen some work presenting today which is about Parkinson's disease. So we did some work on Parkinson's disease as well. And I'm not an expert in Parkinson's disease, I'm not a neurologist, but the base case treatment is to take L-DOPA oral tablets. So that's, we try to manage the consequences of Parkinson's disease through oral medication, tablets. So it's on the left, it's easy. There's a lot of side effects, there's a lot of issues there, but it's in terms of process, it's easy. You can just take a pill and swallow this pill. If Parkinson's disease progresses, the effect of drugs will go down. There are some other options, and 2 options are deep brain stimulation. You can implement a stimulator in the brain. And the second one is intradural L-DOPA infusion. Actually, it's a pump that continuously infuses DOPA. So there's 2 different procedures that you can think of in terms of patient care. Those 2 procedures are different. So the deep brain stimulation requires an awake brain surgery. So you're awake during surgery. You need brain surgery. They will implant a stimulator, a neurostimulator in the brain. That means that you have batteries that need to be replaced from an external device. You have to check the battery check. There are some adverse events from deep brain stimulation. Because you're stimulating parts of the brain, you can also have a cognitive effect, psychological effect. So there's some real side effects here, or risks of adverse events. The benefit is that you need less oral medication. So you can be down on the oral medication, which is not going to be efficacious anyway. So that's the deep brain stimulator. The intraduodenal pump requires a minimally invasive procedure, surgical procedure. It's not brain surgery. It's an external device, 1.5 pounds. You have to carry that device with you. You only take medication at night, so you still need a medication, but it's at night. There's a risk of mechanical failure of the device, and you have to change medication every day. So there are different interventions. So if I asked the question to you, you would say, oh, I prefer not to have deep brain stimulation. I think that would be my decision. So I would not go for deep brain stimulation, even though it might be much better in terms of outcomes than just taking oral tablets. So we asked that to patients. Okay, there we go. So the 3 interventions on the right, and we developed what we call a choice survey, a choice in which we asked patients to rank or to express the most preferred attribute and the least preferred attribute. So we have a treatment profile, which is in the middle, treatment profile 1. It gives you the treatment. This is a case of taking oral tablets, medication. Then there's 3 attributes that describe symptoms of Parkinson's disease. That's tremors, it's posture and balance problems, and it's slowness in motion. That's the 3 symptoms that want to be solved with the treatment. And then there's 3 adverse events on the bottom. Dizziness, drowsiness, and uncontrolled movements, dyskinesia. So that's adverse events from the treatment. So what we now do, we asked patients to say what is the most preferred or most desirable characteristics, which is on the left. And suppose I seldom to never suffer from the posture imbalance problem. I think that's really the benefit I want to get, most important one. We also asked them to express the least desirable characteristics on the right, which is the tremors. So I often suffer from tremors. That's really the worst thing that I want to get solved. So that's my least desirable characteristics. And then we can develop more profiles. So we present at least 20 or 25 different profiles to patients, varying the treatments, varying the adverse events, varying the symptoms of Parkinson's disease. And then we can estimate which attributes, which criteria that we present are most important to patients. This is a technique called best-worst scaling, if you're interested in this. And if you take the whole group, this is about 230 patients that we went to. And we said the most important factor for, if we take the group average, is the treatment modality. So in other words, if they make a decision, treatment modality is the most important and the single most important characteristic that they take into consideration, which is probably can be explained because the surgical procedures are not really wanted. So if there's a surgical procedure in my attribute profile, I would not take it. It's the least desirable characteristic. So that explains why treatment modality is the first most important one, because I just don't want to have surgery. Then the 3 symptoms are closely the same, and the adverse events are a little bit lower, also the same. It's all relative to the most important treatment modality. So this is the group size. But what I really show you, which is I think more important to realize, we made a distinction in the group. So we had 190 patients, and we split the group in those people that tend to optimize health outcomes, so they make decisions in order to solve their health problems. And there's a larger group, the 136, that chooses treatments which are convenient in terms of process of care, so the delivery, convenience measure. Actually, this is just the group that don't want to have surgery. So the patients that don't care about the treatment modality, they want to undergo surgery, the 56 here, they say, well, slowness of moving is the most important symptom I want to get solved, followed by posture and balance problem. So, but I don't care about the surgery or the tablets. Just do whatever is the best for me, as long as it will reduce my slowness of moving and restore my posture and balance. So that's a minority of the patients, 56. Whereas the larger group of people, the 136, say, no, I just don't want to have surgery. I don't care about symptom relief. I don't care about side effects. I just don't want to have surgery. The conclusion from this one here, this experiment here, is that there's a large proportion of patients that just don't want to trade health outcomes for invasive procedures. And that's really important to realize in terms of value from for a patient perspective. There's another example on lung cancer screening. There has been several large trials going on in the UK, in the US, on lung cancer screening using low-dose CT. So that's the standard of care, low-dose CTs, lung cancer for high-risk patients. But there are 2 alternatives, which are less invasive, it's more convenient, breath analysis, eNOS technology, and biomarkers, blood biomarkers. So they're easier to do, easier screens, but might be less in terms of performance. So I presented the differences between the 3 screening modalities here. So we compare them on sensitivity of the screening technique, specificity, radiation load, length of screening, time until results, screen modality, and location of screening. That's the attributes that we compared. If you go to the yellow part of the table, the low-dose CT, you can see that low-dose CT outperforms the other 2 screening modalities in terms of sensitivity and specificity. It's much better. But it gives a radiation load, 1.5 millisievert. Duration of the scanning is longer. It takes more time to get the results. You have to go to the hospital and you have to go through a scanner. So that's also its process of care. Even though the performance of the scanner is better, people may prefer the easier screening modalities. And you can see that here on the left. These are the main criteria on which patients make a decision. So the location of screening is very important. The screening modality is very important. But if you ask them on the right part, which is your preferred screening modality, then the first choice is blood biomarkers. Second choice is breath analysis. And the third one is low-dose CT, based on convenience, based on the process of care, even though it's better. I'm not saying that we have to follow what patients are saying in this case, but it's good to realize that patients may have a very different view on what is appropriate. And if it comes to adherence to screening programs, you really have to be aware of their preferences. So we slowly moved into the different ways of establishing value for technologies. We call it in a more general term value frameworks. How do we estimate value of new technologies? And I showed you a couple of ways to do that. We've done cost utility analysis, cost per quality, standard in health economics. There's the UNETA core model on health technology assessment. This goes beyond cost effectiveness because it also includes other criteria. We look into prevalence of disease, burden of disease as an important element. So if it's a very severe disease, I might want to pay more for life here than if it's a less severe disease. So disease severity and prevalence are separate criteria that we consider. And there's a new trend I'd like to share with you, in particular because Monica is here today, and you're a very well-known group about MCDA, multi-criteria decision analysis. There's a very common trend at the moment in health technology assessment of implementing multi-criteria decision analysis for different kind of decisions, for benefit risk assessment, for shared decision making, and for health technology assessment. And multi-criteria decision making has, I think, in my field, was introduced in 1999. So it's way back for formulary decisions, so which drugs are being put on the formulary list in hospitals. So that's the initial use of MCDA. But what I want to share with you is that currently we've done a bibliometric analysis. 56% of the MCDA applications these days in healthcare are about health technology assessment. It's about decisions on reimbursing new technologies. So that's I think very good to realize that. So I'm not an expert in MCDA. We're just using MCDA. We need people like Monica and Carlos to help us out with MCDA. But you see that in my world, the International Society of Pharmacoeconomics for Health Technology, we started to embrace MCDA as a methodology to help us out in doing those assessments. And we just did 2 papers. This is task force reports from the society that I'm in, the Society of Pharmacoeconomics and Outcomes Research, on how can we implement multi-criteria decision models for our healthcare decision-making problems, in particular for health technology assessment. And one example I wanted to share, there's a few more. This is an example from Israel. They implemented an MCDA framework to figure out which criteria are important for us to make a decision. So that includes the survival, life years saved, prolongation benefits, it includes quality of life gains, and what will happen if a technology is not funded by the public system. Will people be able to finance themselves, or will there be an unmet need? That will be an important criteria. So there's different criteria that you can take into consideration here in making a decision about coverage of a new health technology. So they implemented an MCDA that produced point weights for each of those criteria, and they can rank different interventions. And they've done that with this kind of graph. It's a bit hard to see, but there are different balloons there, green balloons, and they map the total cost the cost to the system, the health system, for different interventions compared to the value of that technology for society. So it's cost per value. And on the left side, the cheap ones with one left on top, the blue one, that should be reimbursed. It produces a lot of value for society at a low cost. Here on the right, it's very expensive and only has a moderate value for society. So you can use this kind of framework to compare costs for society and value produced for society. So this is an example of health technology assessment implementing MCDA. There's also, this is the last few slides I have, also a very interesting discussion going on about the use of MCDA and the use of value frameworks to guide decisions in oncology. So you're pretty well aware of this kind of newspaper announcements on the cost of expensive cancer drugs. And societies like ASCO, the ESMO, the European Society of Medical Oncology, have also come up with value frameworks in which they compare different drugs on a set of criteria and compare to cost. So this is the ASCO framework, and they basically look only at survival and toxicity of a particular drug. And you see somewhere in the bottom, you see cost. So they consider cost, but at the minimum scale, I would say. There is some cost here. This is the ASCO framework, but there's a few more. And if you're interested in this, and just mentioning it for you for reference, and there's a paper in the bottom, there was an initiative by the International Society for Pharmacoeconomics to develop this kind of value frameworks for oncology, which includes the ASCO, the ESMO, but there's a few more. So you probably know the drug Abacus from Memorial Sloan Kettering, which ranks drugs. So suppose you have breast cancer, there's a series of drugs that you could consider, and you can rank them in terms of the benefit for that patient, survival, toxicity, but it also includes costs. And then you can make a clinical judgment whether you're going to use that drug or not. So that's the drug Abacus system on the left. And the NCCN evidence blocks here so also include cost. So they have different endpoints, clinical endpoints, safety, efficacy, with the grade of the evidence, as well as the costs included in their judgment, in their framework. So this is just to mention that this is another application of multi-criteria decision analysis, although those people wouldn't say this is MCDA, we say this is MCDA. And there's a lot of work to be done, because in terms of the methodology, the different ways of appraising the products, there's really a lot to do, and we really need MCDA experts in our teams to develop rigorous methodology. Maybe just to summarize on that value frameworks, I said there is a few different value frameworks in heart attack and in cardiology, the ACA. On the left, that's the ASCO, eyes, so this is all cancer. And you see they all include clinical benefit and toxicity. That's by all means the most important criteria that they consider in their value. And there's only a few that consider budget impact and cost effectiveness considered on the bottom. And I would be more interested in where we can include cost effectiveness or budget impact in our clinical decision-making frameworks. Right, I think I've come to an end, and just to summarize the key points, and I hope I've been able to address all of those points that I promised in the start of my lecture. So personal health care is about the delivery of health services tailored to the need and to the preferences of patients. Technological developments allow for early detection of multiple biomarkers, and the value of personalized health care is determined by elicitation preference for outcomes, but also for the process of care, the service delivery process. And with that, I would like to thank you again for inviting me here. Really a pleasure to be here in Portugal and Lisbon, and I'm looking forward for a discussion. Should be around here for a couple of hours for any more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your very clear presentation. That I think that it was in many senses valuable, but one of those was for bridging a lot of concepts and even bridging what is done by many people in here in different ways. I'd like now to open the floor. So please say your name, make your comment, your question, please. Well.
Presentation, and there's 3 points I would like to have a reflection from your side. It's not questions, it's more discussion points. One is the literacy of health professionals in terms of some of the methods and even the science behind the methods that are using and that you were presenting, which it's, we have been discussing a lot in Europe in politics about populism, but we discuss less about the divides in society and the technology divide, the science divide, the digital divide. Even inside health professions, it's a major barrier for the adoption of innovation like you presented. So I would like to have a reflection from your side, because as research centers, but also as an university, we have the responsibility also to reach that gap in terms of advanced training, continuous professional development, and lifelong learning. A second point is about the standardization of the processes for adoption and innovation, because as you referred in one of your points, most of part of the techniques are used for a very specific issue, for cost and reimbursement. And at least in Europe, and even with insurance companies in Europe and the US, but in Europe with government decisions and very strict regulations and very strict laws in some countries, even with constitutional problems in terms of the decision-making process, politicians love to standardize things that we know are really on the frontier of science. So how can we standardize some things that are really at the innovation forefront? And we know that we don't have enough knowledge yet to standardize, but we have that request. We need to have solid decision-making processes based on solid science, on a science that is evolving every day. So this is a second discussion point. And finally, on outcomes research, I would like to have more in depth from you in terms of the different roles of the healthcare professionals and healthcare providers vis-a-vis the patients, because the patients are very important in outcomes research, but they introduce also bias in outcomes research. I would like to have a reflection from you. So literacy, standardization of methods and innovation, and finally outcomes research. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for these comments. And I think we could easily spend 50 minutes talking about all of these. Let's start with the literacy. I think you're pointing at a very, very important issue. We have in common in Europe with the increasing populism and the equity issues within our countries. And we have to be aware of that differences. If I could take it from a more methodological point of view first. So let's go for those methods that I've shown. We do it with very much interaction with our citizens, with patients. So we don't do just a choice experiment without interviewing them. So we sit next to people, we explain everything, we explain the options, treatment options, the drawbacks, the benefits, the risks associated with that. Just risk communication itself is an issue. But we do that in a very comprehensive way. The design of the experiments is done with focus groups, with Delphi panels. We go back and forth with groups of patients. We test our experiments with patients, with a group of patients from different backgrounds. And then the final choice elicitation experiment is often with an interviewer, with a patient. So if there are things that people don't understand, if there really is a literacy problem, we will figure that out during the design of the experiment. Having said that, a choice model, every model is a model. So even a choice model makes assumptions. We simplify reality. There might be different things that we don't consider in the choice sets that we offer to patients. that are very relevant for a patient because it's just an individual decision. So we should be aware that this choice model is a choice model. It's a model of the reality. So that's why I'm saying about this lung cancer screening program, and we have had discussion with the European Medicines Agency. It adds a piece of evidence to the puzzle. It does not bring a solution. So we have to consider, we have to consider what patients think, the patient voice, but it will not dictate our decision. Similarly with the EMA is responsible for judging the risks of particular drugs. And even though patients may accept the risks, there might be good reasons why the EMA or physicians say we're not going to prescribe that particular drug because we don't think this risk is acceptable. So here again, it's kind of a shared process, but we can consider and we have to consider the patient voice in that kind of decisions. And that's why I think patient preference work can contribute with all the assumptions and the drawbacks that we just discussed. Second point was on the standardization of HTA. That's been a long discussion in Europe, whether we are able to standardize HTA processes. And I think the common notion is that we cannot. So there's been some guidance. So UNETA has guidance across Europe. So there's several elements within HTA that are similar across countries. So the evidence development, evidence synthesis is quite similar. We can share, we can exchange that information to other countries. But the actual decision-making is very country-specific. So the NICE decision-making process is way different from the German decision-making process. So we should not map that. Now, this Brexit, so we don't have the problem anyway. But there are so many differences between jurisdictions in how you make decisions about reimbursement that you should not, I think you should not try to standardize that procedures. But you can standardize some of the elements, so the evidence development, and that's been done with UNETA core set and the ways that we consider the value dossiers. So that's the second one. The third, I've been talking too much for remembering the third one. The role of healthcare professionals. I think so. What I've presented is more methodological, theoretical, how patients change in their preferences. The actual decision, of course, and I take your point very much, is how can we use that in our decision-making process in the physician encounter? And that's where we enter the shared decision-making discipline, I would say. I didn't capture that in my talk. We've done a bit on shared decision-making. How can we elicit preferences from patients and inform a decision-making process? And we can do that in different ways. Very qualitative. We can do that with quantitative means, web-based or not web-based. So there are different options. That's really maybe something to work on a bit further with you. Thank you.
Sorry? I wasn't sure whether there was someone trying to... No, a very shy audience. So I have one question related. You have presented, I assume, being collaborative work. And we know that many types of researchers are typically very much focused on their type of work and not always having the big picture. I'd like to understand which type of collaborative model in this type of research you develop. That is, if you have a bunch of very specialized people or working together, or you try to make people awareness and people that typically use research more in basic sciences also to know about value measurement. Which type of models of research have you experienced?
Thank you. So my experience is that collaboration, of course, depends on the disciplines. It will be very hard to have a basic scientist working with an epidemiologist. Although you can talk to each other, but really, sometimes it's very hard to collaborate. But I would say my basic answer to your question is first be good in something yourself. You should be an expert. if you're not an expert in a particular topic, you cannot collaborate with another expert. So be very good at your own discipline, and then find your way with collaborators on particular topics. And even that might be challenging as well, because let's give an example on the oncology space. So we're doing decision modeling in oncology and biomarkers. We do a lot of collaboration with oncology groups. But to be honest, the oncology space is getting so complicated that you need to be an expert in oncology before you understand what you're doing. So you can be very good in your own expert field, but you have to be an expert in the oncology space as well. So there are some certain limits in the way you can collaborate and how much collaboration you can really manage in your group. But the first and foremost would be very good at something yourself, and be friendly, and it's about people. That's the other very important message, I would say. If it's nice people, you can collaborate with a lot of people.
So, no more insights? I have another one. Well, in HTA, a lot of research has been focused on drugs. And we know that many regulators are now into going through more formal assessments of new types of technologies, medical devices, equipment. And the question is, okay, it's quite clear that there are limits in standardizing, in defining a model that can address all the contexts. But given that you have been working with drugs, with imaging, with diagnostic techniques, in the evaluation of those techniques, whether you can group them and there is some ambition of having models for some of them that can be formally used eventually, or are they so different in which there is no potential of grouping, of having methods that create some type of consensual value measures?
So there's a lot of discussion going on medical devices and HTA in Europe, because compared to drugs regulation is very heavy, whereas medical devices can be used pretty easily at the moment with the CE mark. As long as it's not a very high-risk device, you can use it very easily. So there's an ongoing discussion whether we should implement a more strict HTA framework for medical devices. I'm not talking about whether I would be in favor of that or against that, but there's a few very big differences between devices and drugs. And one of the differences is that we need experts trained to use a device. Whether you're a surgeon implementing a device or a patient using a device, you have to be skilled to be able to use a device. That training of skills is usually not considered in any HTA. That's very different from drugs. The other very big difference is what I've shown with the Parkinson's device technologies. There's a lot of what I would say convenience or usability factors in a device which are not relevant in drugs. You take a pill and you see the outcome, whereas in devices you have to carry a device, you have to change batteries, you have to look at the electronic wires and so on. So there's a lot of convenient things in devices that also impact the use of a device and thus the outcome of the device used. So that's our two very big differences between devices and drugs. On the other hand, we also see a lot of the distinction between the device and drugs is blurred a little bit. For instance, companion diagnostics or nanotechnologies. I mean, it's not very hard to make the difference between whether this is a drug or a device. So we don't know how to regulate that yet. But there's a lot of discussion about device regulation and reimbursement in Europe, and I think it will change in the next 5 years at least.
Okay, if there are not further questions, I'd like again to thank you very much, to thank Professor Martin Iserman for the lovely presentation, very insightful, and that opens a lot of reflections here at the University of Lisbon of work that we need to do and that we need to foster in a collaborative way also to add value. Thank you very much again.
Vamos ter agora o período de coffee break até às 11 horas, tendo então início as 3 sessões paralelas, repartidas por este salão nobre, a sala de conferências e a sala de atos, conforme o programa entrega todos.
One day, I'll read all those books that I've always wished I'd read, and watch all those movies I've never seen. I'll sit in a warm and peaceful place and gaze upon the horizon, reliving all my fondest memories. One day, I'll find a place where I can smile more often, gathered together with my dearest friends, spending my time with those I love the most. One day, I'll live close to my family, close to the ones who love me. I remember dreaming about finding a place like this, where all my dreams come off the drawing board. A place where science, technology and innovation work hand in hand to give me the best of every day. Where health comes first. A place to be active. A place that breeds culture, too. A place for living more. And now I've found this place. Lisbon. Living Plus. One day, I'll read all those books that I've always wished I'd read, and watch all those movies I've never seen. I'll sit in a warm and peaceful place and gaze upon the horizon, reliving all my fondest memories. One day, I'll find a place where I can smile more often, gathered together with my dearest friends, spending my time with those I love the most. One day, I'll live close to my family, close to the ones who love me. I remember dreaming about finding a place like this, where all my dreams come off the drawing board. A place where science, technology and innovation work hand in hand to give me the best of every day. Where health comes first. A place to be active. A place that breeds culture, too. A place for living more. And now I've found this place. Lisbon. Living Plus.
The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here this morning. First of all, I would like to thank Professors Rogério Gaspar, Ana Sebastião, and Margarida Diogo, because they are really important for this network to be up and running. Also, thanking the staff for organizing this meeting, putting it all together, all the abstracts and everything else, and all the rooms in parallel, as you know. So, as we have heard this morning, the interaction between biomedical research and healthcare is really important. This is one of the aims of this network, redeSAÚDE, and this is why we are here today. Try to bring people together and bridging people together in a way that we perhaps this way can increase innovation and impact to society with our own research. So without further ado, my name is Cecília Rodrigues, Faculdade de Farmácia. I'm here together with Amélia Rotter from Faculdade de Ciências. We welcome you all. Would you like to say anything else to start with?
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to welcome you all to this session. I join my colleague in the acknowledgements to all the colleagues and to all the people that worked so hard for this. It's a very important moment for all of us. We, for a few years, we are trying to bring together all faculties, and we almost all of us, we know each other. So we try to make a complementary work, interdisciplinary research, aiming to a good goal is improving quality of life and health. And that's we are here for that. So thank you for coming. And because we have a lot of researchers, we want to start now, okay? So my colleague will introduce you the first speaker.
Okay, the first speaker, so this session is on aging and development disorders, and Maria José Diógenes from Faculdade de Medicina is actually going to talk about bridging these two conditions, aging and development. Her talk will be entitled Rett Syndrome and Alzheimer's Disease, Different Disorders with Common Features. And I actually would like to ask the speakers to stick with the time because we have a lot of communications this morning. It will be 10 minutes for presentation and then 5 minutes for discussion. Thank you.
Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be here today sharing with you some data that we have been obtaining in our research group regarding Rett syndrome and Alzheimer's disease. Rett syndrome is a neurodevelopmental disorder that affects mainly girls. These girls have a normal development until around 1 year and a half, and then they started to lose all the previously acquired skills. They started to present several different symptoms, such as mental retardation and stereotypies like these ones, autonomic dysfunction, anxiety, seizures, Parkinsonianic features. So as you can see, this is really a devastating disorder. In 1966, Andreas Rett described for the first time this pathology, and in 1999, Yuda Zugby identified the genetic cause of this disorder, mutations in X chromosome on MECP2 gene. Today, we know that there are more genes involved in this disorder, but they are responsible for other forms of Rett syndrome. MECP2 is a very important protein with different functions, but the most prominent function is like as a regulator of gene expression, but it also has other roles. Alterations in MECP2 gene and MECP2 protein can account for different alterations, such as alterations on synaptic function, plasticity, mitochondrial function, and so on. Regarding Alzheimer's disease, probably all of you already know what is Alzheimer's disease. Microscopically, the brain of these patients have a shrinkage of the cerebral cortex, in particular of the hippocampus, which is a brain area very important for learning and memory. These macroscopic alterations have been related to the intercellular accumulation of hypophosphorylated tau in neurofibrillary tangles and extracellular accumulation of amyloid beta peptide in amyloid plaques. As you were able to see, these two disorders are very, very different, and although the symptoms appear in the different periods of life, they have common features. And one of the common features that I'm going to talk today is the alteration on BDNF signaling, on the signaling of this important neurotrophin, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. This brain-derived neurotrophic factor acts mainly through the activation of these receptors, TrkB receptors. Through the activation of these receptors, it has very important functions, regulating synaptic plasticity, survival, differentiation. But there is other receptor, this truncated receptor, that acts as a negative modulator of full-end receptors. As you can imagine, if there is a deregulation on the system, synaptic dysfunction can occur and pathology will certainly occur. And we know that indeed there are dysregulation of the system in these two disorders. Regarding Rett syndrome, we know that there is a decrease on BDNF mRNA levels in humans, in Rett patients. Also in the animal models, it was already possible to see decreased levels of BDNF, and regarding Alzheimer's disease, we know that there is a decrease on this neurotrophin and also alterations in these receptors. Increases in the truncated receptors, the dominant negative receptors, and decrease on the TrkB full-end receptors. So In these two disorders, researchers are trying to potentiate BDNF actions in the brain of these patients. And there are several specific lines of research devoted to trying to potentiate BDNF actions both in Rett syndrome and in Alzheimer's disease. But the truth is that at this moment there is no pharmacological therapeutic strategy based on BDNF for AD and for Rett syndrome. And why is this? Probably because BDNF does not cross the blood-brain barrier, and probably because there is a lack of knowledge about the causes of impaired BDNF signaling. And related to these aspects, we have been studying this. Regarding Alzheimer's disease, we have been trying to understand the causes that are underlying the alterations of TrkB receptors levels. And related to Rett syndrome, we have been trying to apply what we previously discovered, that the activation of a different type of receptors, A2A receptors, the receptors for adenosine, could potentiate BDNF actions upon synapses. So now I'm going to share a little bit of what we have been obtaining. First of all, in Alzheimer's disease. As I mentioned before, we started to evaluate whether the reasons underlying these changes on TrkB receptors. And we studied if the amyloid beta peptide could per se induce these alterations. And indeed, André Jerónimo Santos was able to find that amyloid beta peptide can increase the truncated receptors by an unknown mechanism, but can also increase intracellular calcium, which activates scalpains that per se can cleave TrkB receptors, originating two new fragments, a new truncated receptor and an intracellular domain, the ICD fragment. Moreover, Sara Tanqueiro and Rita Ramalho also found that these increased levels of calcium, intracellular calcium, are due to the activation of NMDA receptors. And if you want to know a little bit more about this data, I would ask you to go to poster 25. At this moment, João Gomes is trying to understand the rules of the fragments that are produced by amyloid beta accumulation, intracellular fragment and the new truncated receptor. Regarding the intracellular fragment, he already was able to determine the half-life of this fragment, which is around 8 hours. And a very interesting thing is that in primary neuronal cultures transfected with this ICD, we were able to see that this fragment goes into the nucleus and induces phosphorylation of several proteins. If you want to know a little bit more about this project, please go to poster 24. And regarding Rett syndrome, as I mentioned before, we are trying to apply our previous knowledge about this crosstalk between adenosinergic receptors and BDNF receptors, and we start our project by studying the actions of this neurotrophin upon long-term potentiation, which is the molecular basis for learning and memory. And in wild-type animals, in control situations, hippocampal slices taken from these animals, as you can see here in this graph, I know that probably this is not easy to understand, but I will try to explain as much as I can. In the presence of BDNF, the exogenous BDNF, we can see that there is a potentiation of this type of synaptic plasticity of LTP. As I mentioned before, BDNF is very important for plasticity. But when we did the same experiments, but using hippocampal slices taken from the MECP2 knockout mice, the mouse model of Rett syndrome, as you can see, BDNF was not able to potentiate long-term potentiation. And this could be due to alterations in adenosinergic system, because we know that BDNF actions are extremely dependent on adenosinergic system proper function, and also could be related to alterations on the endogenous BDNF and also receptors. And indeed, we observe that in this animal model, there is a decrease on the TrkB full-end receptors in MECP2 knockout mice comparing to the wild-type mice. We also observed in human patient samples that there is a decrease on A2A receptor mRNA. Moreover, in this animal model, we were able to find that there is a decrease on the expression levels of this receptor, this A2A receptor. By using several different approaches of electrophysiology, we observed that there is a decreased levels of endogenous adenosine, and this could be probably related to the increased levels that we detected on adenosine kinase, which is an enzyme that is responsible to degrade adenosine. If you want to know a little bit more about this project, please go to poster 39. But interestingly, even with this decrease on adenosinergic system, even with these alterations on TrkB receptors, activating this specific receptor, the adenosine A2A receptor, we were able to restore the actions of BDNF upon synaptic plasticity. So I think this is very interesting, and we want to follow this work. So at this moment, we know that, similar to what occurs in Alzheimer's disease, there is also a decrease on TrkB full-end receptors, but in Alzheimer's disease, these alterations, this decrease on TrkB full-end receptors are probably mainly due to the cleavage of these receptors induced by amyloid beta peptide, and in the case of Alzheimer's of Rett syndrome, probably this alteration is due to the alterations on adrenergic system. Finally, I would like to share with you present you people that is involved in these projects related to Rett syndrome. Catarina Lourenço is now trying to implement adenosine augmentation therapies, and in Alzheimer's disease, at this moment, João Gomes and Rita Belo are trying to understand, João Gomes, the function of the fragments of TrkB receptors, and Rita Belo is doing a very different project, but also inserting this field of Alzheimer's disease, trying to understand if chiotrophine could be a possible drug for Alzheimer's disease, and you can talk to Rita Belo at poster 35. And also Sara Tanqueira and Rita Ramalho, who did that previous work regarding the activation of NMDA receptors related to the cleavage of TrkB receptors. And I would like to thank all the group of Ana Sebastião Lab and to thank all the collaborators of this work.
Susana.
Not pass the BBB, and would you use similar approaches in the two different diseases?
Susanna, that's a very important and crucial question. As I mentioned, the reasons for the deregulation of BDNF system in Rett syndrome in Alzheimer's disease are probably different. And for instance, as I mentioned, we know that we can activate or potentiate BDNF at central nervous system by activating that receptor that I mentioned, the A2A receptors. In Alzheimer's disease, this probably will not be very important to do in a certain degree of the disease, because in this particular disorder, there is an increase on A2A receptors expression. And these receptors are related to excitotoxicity. So probably in this pathology, the activation of A2A receptors will not be the perfect option. But on the opposite, in Rett syndrome, in this disorder, there is a decrease on BDNF signaling together with a decrease on adenosinergic system and with a decrease of A2A receptors expression. And in this condition, yes, I think we should activate these receptors to potentiate the BDNF actions. So these presentations, I think, that show that even in different disorders, even with the same dysregulation of a system, the approaches should be different because the causes are probably different.
More questions? Perhaps I can, if I may. I would also would like to know, it's more a comment, I would like a comment on how difficult it has been to translate the findings that you have in animal models to patients,
Yes.
particularly in this type of diseases and in Alzheimer's disease in particular. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, it's very difficult. In Alzheimer's disease and also in Rett syndrome, probably in Rett syndrome, I think it's worse because it's a rare disorder and we don't have much tissue, human tissue to work. So this is really a challenge for us, yes.
Okay, any other questions from the audience? Margarida?
Stem cells to create disease models for studying these diseases.
Yeah, that's a very good point, a good option. Yeah, a model to study. We already used iPS cells to study Rett syndrome with Sofia Duarte, but I may confess that the results were very discrepant. And it was very difficult to extract information for that data. Probably it was our inexperience in that field, probably, but yeah, I think it's a very
Probably we
interesting.
still have to progress in creating better models and
Yeah,
more relevant
probably.
models,
Yeah,
even though we are using human cells.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there's no further questions, we thank Maria José again and move on to the next communication.
Okay, so it's my pleasure to introduce to you now Adelaide Fernandes from the Faculty of Pharmacy of the University of our university, and the title is Deciphering Neuron Microglia Secretome and Stress-Related MicroRNAs in Alzheimer's Disease.
Okay, so good morning. First, I'd like to thank for the opportunity to present our work at this meeting, and I'd like to compliment Professor Cecilia, Professor Amelia, and all the audience. So what I would like to talk to you today, and I thank Maria José because she already talked about Alzheimer's disease. So what I would like to mention is that besides the neuron, the other cells that are the glial cells that are nearby the neuron also respond to the presence of A-beta aggregates, and namely microglia, which is able to phagocyte the first fragments of A-beta peptide, but may also be activated, namely by A-beta filaments, and release inflammatory cytokines, which will lead to the neuroinflammatory status of Alzheimer's disease. But I would like to call your attention that most of this neuron glia interplay was now described to be related with the release of extracellular vesicles, namely exosomes that are formed at multivesicular bodies and are excreted to the extracellular space, as you can see here, and they represent, or they have, not only the proteins related with specific markers of exosomes, but they may also have inside contents related with proteins, with messenger RNAs, and also microRNAs that can have an effect at the recipient cells. So in Alzheimer's disease, it was already shown that this amyloid beta may be released through a binding at the cell surface of exosomes derived from affected neurons. Curiously, it was also demonstrated that exosomes from astrocytes or neurons may trigger the accumulation and be an initial point for aggregation of this amyloid beta peptide, and be as so an inducer for the microglia phagocytosis of this amyloid beta. Most interestingly, the ectosomes that are shedded at the cell surface of microglia may contain the intracellular deposits of A-beta and then may act like an inducer of toxicity in nearby cells. So, taking this in consideration, and we would like to understand more about this interplay, we have used human cell lines of microglia and also neuroblastoma that are expressing A-beta. And first, we would like to understand how secretome of AD neurons will affect microglia phenotype. Then we wanted to move a little bit further, and we isolated the exosomes released by these AD neurons, and would like to characterize the cargo of these exosomes and to understand whether if it could recapitulate the cell of origin. And then we just use these exosomes and then put it into microglia and understand how microglia could be affected. So first, we used a co-culture system with neuroblastoma cells controls and the ones that were highly expressing the Swedish mutation of APP, and we put it into culture with microglia. And indeed, this neuroblastoma cell line expressing the Swedish mutation has increased levels of immature APP, which then will result in the increase of amyloid oligomers. So what first we saw is that microglia exposed to this Swedish neuroblastoma cell line have increased levels of the pro-inflammatory microRNA 155, and with continuous incubation times, afterwards we have an increase of the more resolution of damage or repair phenotype with an increase of microRNA 124. And indeed, in agreement, we saw that the specific targets were having an inverse expression, namely SOX1 for MIR155 and CBP alpha for MIR124. So we wanted to know more about inflammation, and we measured first-line cytokines, TNF-alpha and IL-1 beta, and we saw that there was a marked increase right at 24 hours of TNF-alpha, increasing with time, and then a later increase of IL-1 beta. However, also IL-6 and the anti-inflammatory cytokine IL-10 was massively produced in the presence of the Swedish mutant neuroblastoma cells, and increasing over time, suggesting that we have a mixed population of microglia. So then we isolated the exosomes of these cells, and first we tried to characterize using nanocyte equipment, and we saw that these exosomes had a diameter that was smaller than 200 nanometers, and two peaks around 85 and 135. And when we took into consideration the concentration of these exosomes, we couldn't see much difference between the exosomes released by control cells or the mutant Swedish mutation. So afterwards, we wanted to look at the cargo of these exosomes. And indeed, first, we looked at specific microRNAs that have been involved in Alzheimer's disease. So MIR124 was known to be regulated the expression of beta secretase, while MIR21 is expressed by damaged neurons and also present in the extracellular vesicles of these neurons that usually show to be surrounded by active microglia. And then also MIR125 that was increased in serum of AD patients, and also it's involved in the hyperphosphorylation of tau. Quite curiously, our results show that not only the cells here, but also the exosomes derived from the specific cells, the ones that have the mutation for the APP, have increased levels of these microRNAs, once again corroborating the role of these microRNAs in this type of situation. So next, we will also look to damage-associated molecule patterns. So also S100B and HMGB1 have been found to be related with the Alzheimer's disease. And curiously, we saw that S100B was reduced in the Swedish mutation neuroblastoma cell, and also in the exosomes, the respective exosomes, possibly because usually S100B is released not by neurons, but by glial cells. And when we looked at HMGB1, we saw a slight increase in the Swedish mutated neuroblastoma cells, but no presence at the exosomes. So possibly the cells that are damaged in this situation may be releasing the HMGB1, but potentially they're not viable enough to release exosomes with this content. So finally, what we did is that we isolated the exosomes. We took the exosomes from these cells. We stained these exosomes with a specific dye, and then we put it on top of microglia. And our preliminary data, I hope we have blood results in the near future, is that, I don't know if you see it very well, but if we put the cells in contact with exosomes of control neuroblastoma, we don't see much staining of the exosomes or internalization inside the cell. And here we just stained for the lysosomes using lysotracker, since usually exosomes, when are internalized by the cells, are fused to lysosomes. However, when we looked at the cells that were exposed to exosomes from the Swedish mutant neuroblastoma, we could see quite a marked increase in the internalization of these exosomes, and I hope you can see that there is also an increase of the lysosome pathway. And most curiously, they are both co-localizing almost above 25% of the times, so suggesting that indeed we have internalization and this is affecting the lysosomal pathway. So to conclude, human microglia, when exposed to neuroblastoma cell lines highly expressing A-beta, will have first a response as a typical pro-inflammatory phenotype, but a long time we have two different populations, one that is more pro-inflammatory and another that is more resolution of damage or anti-inflammatory phenotype. Then, if we look at the exosomes that are released from these neurons, indeed they have the increase of the microRNAs usually associated with Alzheimer's disease, and when we put it into the microglia is able to internalize these exosomes and fuse them with lysosomes. And now what we want to understand is whether these exosomes per se will allow the activations of microglia phenotype, namely, for instance, if you look here, whether if this phenotype could be a result of the internalization of exosomes that were enriched with microRNA 124 that are released by these neurons. So finally, I would like to thank all the persons involved in this work at Neuroglia group, namely Professor Dora Brites, Group Coordinator, Ana Rita Vaz, Carolina Cunha, Ana Rita Ribeiro, which was involved in the exosome work, and also Mafalda Monteiro, that was involved in the co-culture system. And finally, also to like to thank the funding, namely the GPND project, where we are trying to use iPS cells to understand and try to transport this type of knowledge to human-derived cells from controls and AD patients. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your so interesting communication. And do we have any questions, please? We still have time, yes?
Hello, Adelaide. Thank you very much. Very interesting work. I have two questions. So in your neuroblastoma model of expressing A-beta, do you have actual secretion of A-beta to the outside? And then the second question is that if you looked at change in expression levels of the RAGE receptors.
Of the?
Of the RAGE receptors that engage S100 and A-beta as well.
Yeah. So the first, we saw the Western blots that I show you, it's from the media, so we just precipitate the proteins and we measured A-beta. We also have used the ELISA kits to detect, and indeed we have increased amounts when we compared the neuroblastoma expressing the Swedish mutation versus the control. We have quite a release to the extracellular media. Although we could not see deposits, we tried to stain it and we could not see deposits. Concerning RAGE, we're trying because obviously S100B, HMGB1 are ligands of the RAGE, but we didn't get enough conclusive data, so I prefer not to show it at this moment. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, Adelaide. It's very interesting. I was wondering if this would be also occur in the sporadic model of Alzheimer. So you show that indeed you have release of A-beta. So do you think that this could be actually acted by the increase of A-beta or by other molecular mechanism found in the familial form of this disease?
Okay, so first of all, I think A-beta is considered a hallmark of disease, whether if it is familiar or sporadic. So I believe that in all models we can find disaggregation of A-beta. Second, we are using this Swedish mutant neuroblastoma cell line because we have a higher increase, or we induce because this Swedish mutation will allow a shift into an amyloidogenic processing of amyloid precursor peptide. But we have also used wild-type APP neuroblastoma cell line, and we also, in those cases, we see an increase of A-beta, and we see also a kind of reaction of microglia, not in such magnitude as we see with the Swedish mutation. But I believe that it is described, for instance, the microRNAs that I showed you, they are described not only in patients from the familial disorder, but also in sporadic. So I believe that exosome, it's quite accepted that exosomes are present and that these alterations occur in both situations, yes.
So, more questions, please, afterwards, okay, at lunch break. Now it is, congratulations again for our excellent work and results.
So we move on to the third communication, still staying with Alzheimer's disease, reflecting how important this disease is, but now connecting it with type 2 diabetes, which is also very prevalent, and the potential of natural flavonoids and synthetic flavone analogues against these types of disease. Ana Matos will be presenting the communication. She's from Faculdade de Ciências. Thank you, Ana.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you very much to the organization for allowing me to present my work here. I'm a PhD student from Faculdade de Ciências, and today I'm talking a little bit about the potential of natural flavonoids and synthetic flavone analogues against these two diseases. This is part of my PhD work and was also done in collaboration within an European project called D3I4AD. So I will start by talking a little bit about the background of both diseases. Then I will move on to the potential of the natural leads. Then I will show you some studies that we did on flavonoid structure variations, the chemistry and design part, which is what I'm focused on, then the development of a compound library, and finally ongoing and future work. So, as you know, type 2 diabetes is a major health concern these days, and in 2015, 400 million adults were affected by this disease, and 90% of them are type 2 diabetic patients. And actually, the risk of dementia in these patients is much higher. It's 73 or up to 73% higher than in normal subjects. And this has been proposed as being the type 3 diabetes scenario, where we find several pathophysiological traits typical of the brains of people with Alzheimer's in these patients, namely endothelial dysfunction, brain insulin resistance, genetic background, the upregulation of key enzymes, and also, of course, as it has been mentioned before, the accumulation of A-beta 142. But diabetes itself is also an amyloid disorder. What happens is, in the first stages of type 2 diabetes, together with hyperglycemia, there's hyperinsulinemia due to insulin resistance. This means that peripheral cells are not able to respond to insulin. And so the pancreas will respond to this by producing and over-secreting insulin. And with this over-secretion of insulin, IAPP, isolate amyloid polypeptide, is also produced. This is an amyloid peptide that accumulates in the pancreas of these patients, and with time, it will lead to beta cell dysfunction and hypoinsulinemia, which is more typical of type 1 diabetes. And so these patients also have to inject insulin to control their condition. But this IAPP also crosses the blood-brain barrier and takes part in cross-staining events with amyloid beta 142 and can lead to the formation of neurotoxic amyloid aggregates, either oligomers or fibrils. We know now that oligomers are much more neurotoxic, and with time this will lead to neuronal death. 60 to 70% of dementia cases are AD. And so there are not disease-modifying treatments available these days for Alzheimer's. And in order to tackle diabetes-induced dementia, we have at least two options. One, we can try to develop compounds that tackle common therapeutic targets, which there are many, or we can invest in multi-target compounds that can tackle different targets, either common or not, but try to maximize the chances of having an effect. And this is important especially because these are two, and especially Alzheimer's, such complex and multifactorial diseases. So we thought, can nature be a source of such compounds? And we did some literature research, and we found that actually there are many flavonoids with multi-target activity. For instance, chrysin. This is a flavone that has anti-inflammatory activity. It helps with diabetes-induced cognitive deficits and neuronal loss, or helps with neuronal loss induced by A-beta. Quercetin. This is a flavonol. It prevents A-beta 142 fibrillation, reduces base 1 mediated ABP cleavage into A-beta, and also helps with learning and memory deficits. And another one, which downregulates base activity, decreases A-beta levels, and attenuates A-beta mediated toxicity induced by copper. We have now two examples of flavonoids that, in addition to the flavonoid core itself, have a sugar attached to them. Vitexin not only is a neuroprotective compound and a base 1 inhibitor, it also has anti-diabetic activity, which is exactly what we want. And then we have 8-beta-D-glucosylgenistein. We are very proud of this compound because it was discovered by our group. It is a major component of a plant found in Madeira Island. And we found that it is an anti-diabetic indeed, and it can inhibit the fibrillation of IAPP and also interact with A-beta 142. And so this suggests that maybe the sugar can help with the anti-diabetic activity. And indeed, in the literature, it's known that the sugar can improve the solubility and oral bioavailability of these types of compounds. It can help stabilize amyloid peptides in their disaggregated state, and yes, they can enhance antioxidant and anti-diabetic effects. So our goals to this project was to study the impact of structure variations of the flavonoid core and try to rationalize the effect of these structure variations on A-beta aggregation, to establish a prototype flavonoid scaffold for further modification. And then, based on this, design and synthesize a diverse set of CNS-targeted flavonoid analogs with improved activity, specificity, and pharmacokinetic profile, and together with the corresponding glucosyl derivatives, and then evaluate the possible effect of the sugar moiety. So our first studies were done in collaboration with the protein misfolding group at Faculdade de Ciências, in collaboration with Professor Cláudio Gomes and Joana Cristóvão, and we selected a primary set of flavonoids for THT-monitored A-beta 142 aggregation studies. And from these 8 compounds that you see here, we selected 6 for further studies. 2 of them were synthesized by us, 3 of them were bought, and 1, dihydroquercetin, was isolated from the Siberian larch in collaboration with the Russian Academy of Science. So these THT-monitored A-beta aggregation studies show that mainly catechol-type flavonoids exerted a significant decrease in the total fibril mass. And we think this is because of the catechol group, precisely. And it's been described that this catechol group can auto-oxidize itself and act as a Michael acceptor, reacting covalently with amino acid side residues. And this is very unspecific, and we don't want this. So we thought, can we try to rationalize the differences based on the morphology of these aggregates? And so we did atomic force microscopy studies in collaboration with Professor Ana Viana at Faculdade de Ciências. And we started by evaluating, of course, the control sample that showed dense networks of thick fibrils. And the periphery, we could see protofibrils and small oligomers that were formed in the course of a process called secondary nucleation. And in the samples containing our flavonoids, we saw a completely different scenario. And even in the non-catechol type flavonoids, we could see morphological differences. And based on what it has been described in literature, that says basically that spherical oligomers, the small ones, are actually more neurotoxic than the big ones and than the fibrils themselves. So based on this, we rationalized, and based on our results, of course, we rationalized a primary lead structure that would be this 5,7-dihydroxychromone. And we chose this because, of course, it's present in all active structures in the study and most of the multi-target ones found in the literature. And based on our chemistry know-how, we knew that this would be the best to act as a sugar acceptor in C-glucosylation reactions. So we decided to, based on our results, to change the substituent at C2, maintain the C2-C3 double bond. We would not have an OH at C3, we decided. And finally, we decided to introduce a C-glucosyl moiety in some of these compounds at position 8. So for the chemistry in the design, we had a synthetic route, and it started with an aldol condensation, then cyclization, and I'm not going into further detail on the chemistry, but we were able to develop a new synthetic method for this reaction. And we knew that in order to introduce structural diversity in these compounds, we had to focus on the aldol condensation reaction and on the aldehydes. So we looked at commercially available aldehydes and generated a database of flavone analogs. This was done at Eli Lilly in London, in UK. And for compound selection, we took this database and we analyzed the compounds based on the CNS MPO algorithm that chooses compounds based on their physicochemical properties and the likelihood of acting in the CNS and having good pharmacokinetic properties. And we knew that we had to have a score above 4.5 in a scale from 0 to 6. And based on this, we did our primary aldehyde selection and proceeded on to the synthesis. So in the end, we got a compound library that have the differences at position C2 of the flavonoid, and then we have glycans and sugar compounds that we can compare, and these are can be paired and compare directly so that we can rationalize structural differences and the impact on the bioactivity. So now we are studying the potential of these compounds to act as anti-diabetic agents at SADOC, and we are taking a look on the possible impact on insulin signaling pathways in hepatic and muscle cell lines. And the ones that prove effective will also be evaluated in vivo. And we want to, of course, check if these compounds can indeed decrease the formation of small oligomers and total fibril mass of A-beta 142 and possible neuroprotective effects, of course, and how one impacts the other. Metyl chelating activity will also be evaluated, and of course blood-brain barrier permeability. And I want to thank the D3I4D consortium especially everybody at Lilly who helped me with the synthesis part, and also everybody at Faculdade de Ciências and all our collaborators that made this work possible, and FCT for my PhD grant, and especially the carbohydrate chemistry group and my PhD supervisor, Professor Mele Houter, and thank you very much.
Questions? Perhaps I can start from here. So this is very interesting. One question that I have is that this multi-targeting strategy usually comes with a price, and that is the specificity of the effects and the potential side effects that you may have. How are you accounting for that in your design structures? Are you taking care of that? I'm sure you are.
Yeah, we're trying, well, the side effects of most of these flavonoids, they have been described, and most have to do with that catechol group that I showed, and also the planarity of the molecule. And those features, those chemical features, are in most times responsible for many side effects. So for now, we're trying to avoid the catechol group, although it is very appealing because it was present in the compounds that showed the highest effect. In terms of the multi-target approach, I would say that we are trying to focus on individual targets at a time, and we will see if any of those have an impact or not. And yeah, I think that's it.
Any other questions? If not, we thank you very much, Anna, again. Congratulations, and move on.
Okay, and our next speaker is Maria João Gama. Her presentation, thank you for coming and for presenting your work, is titled Neuronal Protection in Parkinson's Disease. Is there a role of glutathione as transferase B?
So thank you for your kind presentation, and thank you for the organization for inviting me to be here today talking about my work. So I'll start with telling you that glutathione S transferases are phase 2 drug metabolizing enzymes that catalyze the conjugation of both endogenous and exogenous reactive electrophilic compounds to glutathione, rendering those conjugates more soluble and, for that reason, more easy to eliminate from cells. GST-pi belongs to the cytosolic family of GSTs and exerts its catalytic activity as a normodimer. The GSTP1 gene in human localizes to chromosome 11, and in exon 5, transition of A to G and C to T causes an amino acid substitution on codon 105 isoleucine 2. I'm sorry. Isoleucine to valine, and on codon 114 alanine to valine. These amino acid substitutions do not prevent the binding of glutathione, but do have an impact on the substrate selectivity and activity of these proteins, which increase their individual susceptibility. In fact, our epidemiological studies have shown that the GSTP1B allele confers high susceptibility to sporadic Parkinson's disease. Parkinson's disease is a neurodegenerative movement disorder characterized by loss of nigrostriatal dopaminergic neurons and the presence in the substantia nigra of inclusions called Lewy bodies. And despite both genetic and environmental factors have been related with the disease, its etiology remains unknown, and both sporadic and monogenic forms of PD share common features with particular focus on oxidative stress, mitochondrial dysfunction, ER stress, among many others. So the rationale for studying GSTP in the context of Parkinson's disease is related with the fact that it has been shown to protect cells from reactive oxygen species, namely through its catalytic activity of conjugation with the exogenous and endogenous toxicants, alteration in the glutathione levels, the regulation of intracellular signaling pathways through the control of GNK catalytic activity, and also through modulation of post-translational protein modifications such as glutathionylation. We currently use an experimental animal model of PD through the systemic administration of MPTP to both wild-type and GSTP null mice. And after systemic administration of MPTP, this highly lipophilic molecule rapidly crosses the blood-brain barrier, and inside the brain is metabolized in glial cells to its active metabolite, the MPP+, that is detected as soon as 3 hours after MPTP administration in the striatum of the mice brains. So after being released into the extracellular space, MPP+ selectively accumulates in dopaminergic neurons due to its high affinity for the plasma membrane dopamine transporter. And once inside the dopamine neurons, MPP+ concentrates into to the mitochondria, where it blocks the electron transporter of electrons in the respiratory chain, with the consequent increase in reactive oxygen species and decrease ATP levels. So we administer this neurotoxin to both wild-type and knockout mice, and as expected, MPTP administration resulted in the decrease of both TH-positive cells in the midbrain of both wild-type and knockout mice, and decreased number of TH-positive fibers in the striatum of the brain of those mice. An effect that is more pronounced and statistically different in knockout mice, showing that these knockout mice are more susceptible to MPTP neuronal toxicity. Moreover, pretreatment with QDCA significantly reduces the depletion of dopaminergic neurons caused by MPTP administration, indicating that QDCA exerts a neuroprotective role against MPTP-induced neurodegeneration. Also, we analyzed the expression levels of this GSTP protein, and we were able to show that it is actively expressed in both midbrain and striata of mice, as shown here in the control samples, and also that administration of MPTP caused a significant transient increase in its expression levels. So to determine whether exogenous GSTP affects the profile of GNK activation in the presence of this neurotoxin, we evaluated GNK phosphorylation status, and in both midbrain and striatum from wild type and GSTP null mice. So 3 hours post-administration of MPTP, the levels of phospho-GNK were significantly increased in both midbrain and striatum from wild type and knockout mice, as shown here, and here. And interestingly, in the knockout samples, the phosphorylation level of GNK 3 hours after MPTP injection was more evident and statistically different when compared with both the controls sample and the corresponding sample from wild-type mice. Moreover, 2-DCA pretreatment completely abrogates MPTP-induced GNK phosphorylation, as shown here and here. So, to elucidate the role of GSTP on the regulation of GNK activity upon MPTP administration, we performed co-immunoprecipitation assays to evaluate putative alterations of GSTP, GNK protein-protein complexes in both midbrain and striatal brain samples from wild-type mice. And our results show that GSTP and GNK do physically interact in vivo, since this complex is present in both control mice samples. So interestingly, the treatment with MPTP induces the dissociation of this complex soon as 3 hours post-MPTP administration. A recurrent theme emerging from oxidant signaling and antioxidant regulation is cysteine-thiol-based redox signaling. And a reactive cysteine can exist as a thiolate anion under physiological pH. And this thiolate anion is reactive with different ROS and reactive nitrogen species to form several types of reversible redox post-translational modifications, in one of them being S-glutathione that preserves or temporarily protects protein cysteine residues from irreversible oxidation. A particular protein rich in reactive cysteines is KEAP1, and KEAP1 belongs to the KEAP1 and RF2R pathway. So, under physiologic conditions, the cytosolic KEAP1 sequesters an RF2 in the cytoplasm and drives it for proteasomal degradation. Oxidative and electrophilic challenges disrupt the NRF2 KEAP1 interaction by modification of reactive cysteine residues of KEAP1, thereby allowing NRF2 to escape proteasomal degradation and to translocate to the nucleus, where it upregulates the expression of a broad set of genes that are involved in the antioxidant defense and cell survival, in which is included GSTs. So we could demonstrate that this NRF2 pathway is activated in response to MPTP-induced oxidative stress, as shown by the increase in NRF2 protein levels and translocation of this transcription factor to the nucleus. And we next evaluated the S-glutathione by non-reducing Western blot assays and detected a very different pattern of S-glutathione proteins in both wild-type and knockout mice striata. Importantly, by co-immunoprecipitation assays, we demonstrate that MPTP-induced oxidative stress led to a specific increase in KEAP1 in the brain of wild-type mice, and this is not evident in the knockout mice. So as the UPS is also a critical player in the regulation of NRF2 antioxidant response, we also investigated UPS function in both wild-type and knockout mice. And to assess the ubiquitin conjugation capacity, we determined the ability to form ubiquitin conjugates de novo using exogenous radioactive label ubiquitin and endogenous conjugating enzymes and substrates. And also, both animals were administered also with MPTP and proteasomal inhibitor MG 132. And the results have shown that in the striata, the administration of MPTP induces a significant increase in the conjugation of de novo of these conjugates, and a completely different result is obtained when the knockout mice are treated with MG 132 and MPTP. Moreover, the expression levels of E1 ubiquitin activating enzyme were also significantly lower in the knockout mice when compared to the wild-type mice in response to all the treatments. So, in conclusion, we have shown that in vivo, GSTP acts as an endogenous regulator of MPTP-induced oxidative stress by controlling GNK activity through protein-protein interactions. The GSTP null mice seems to be more susceptible to these neurotoxicological effects of MPTP than the wild type. The null mice also display overall an increased susceptibility to the UPS damage. Also, TUDCA is a neuroprotective, has a neuroprotective role in our in vivo model of PD that opens new perspectives for its pharmacological use as a modulator of neurodegeneration in Parkinson's disease. And importantly, that in vivo, we have shown for the first time that GSTP potentiates KEAP1 S-glutathione in the mice brain following MPTP administration with a subsequent NRF2 pathway activation. And this also increased the expression of GSTP in a positive feedback regulation loop that may present a novel mechanism by which GSTP elicits antioxidant protection in the brain. So I'll finish by presenting you the team and collaborators of the work that I've just presented, and the funding also. And thank you very much for listening.
And now, do we have any questions, please? No? I cannot make you, I'm a chemist, organic chemist, so it's very difficult for me to make you I will be pleased to make you a general question, and I would like to ask you if indeed, do you have any small molecule compounds that are interesting, that would be interesting for you, and that we could provide? That's the idea.
Would be nice. That would be nice, because there are not so many molecules that crosses the blood-brain barrier, and that's the major difficulty when trying to reach the brain, of course.
Okay.
But we have now TUDCA, which is a well-known bile acid that in our group has been extensively and elegantly studied by Professor Cecilia, and we are trying to prove that it could be also a very good molecule to administer to Parkinson's disease patients.
Thank you so much. Let's congratulate her for the work.
So we move on now. staying still in Parkinson's disease, but with different approach now, moving towards the sustainable management of PD, the high prognosis personalized game suite approach. Sofia Dias, Faculdade de Motricidade Humana. Thank you.
Hello everyone, thank you for your presentation, and my name is Sofia Dias. Actually, I'm coming from, I would like first to thank the scientific committee the opportunity to present here this work. I'm Sofia Dias, as I said, I'm coming from Faculdade de Motricidade Humana. I'm doing my postdoc research with the supervision of Professor José Alves Diniz in collaboration with Aristotle University of Thessaloniki from Greece with Professor Leontios Agiliantiadis. Actually, he's the last author of this work. Since I will present part of High Prognosis European 2020 project that I will talk about the personalized game suite approach. And this particular work was made in collaboration with several partners from the consortium. From Germany, the Fraunhofer Institute, from Sweden, the Karolinska Institute, and also from the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki. So sometimes we believe that we have to go to the past to understand the future. Actually, the vice president of FCT said that we have always in the morning, that we have always to look to the future, but perhaps sometimes we have to go to the past to understand a little bit more. And actually, an ancient Greek already knew how important play could be. So moving on to the recent works now, we see that the use of serious games in the healthcare field have gained a lot of popularity in several areas: preventive, therapeutic, assessment, informatics, and even educational fields. Also, gamification in healthcare can help people in the several fields, such as losing weight, to improve the quality of sleep by measuring, for instance, the quality of sleep, making healthier food choices, and improving also fitness and monitoring health metrics. However, there's still a gap in understanding how these kind of interventions are used for the management of the Parkinson's disease in particular, since it's a quite complex disease, as said before in the previous presentation. Since it's related with motor symptoms like abnormal posture or gait difficulties, and at the same time non-motor symptoms like depression or constipation issues. So as a result, at the same time, daily and several daily activities are affected in these patients. We are talking about movement of walking, eating, talking, writing, sleeping, mood, and even expression difficulties that for sure affect the quality of life of these people. So in order to, let's say, to understand a little bit more the reality and some of that symptoms, in 1991, actually, Michael G. Fox, as you know, was diagnosed with the Parkinson's disease. So I will try to pass here a video that represents this. So the sound is not working, as I expect. So it is better to go to the folder. Eu tenho no folder, portanto, seguramos.
Está a correr lá. Não, mas não está a dar.
Está a correr, mas não está o som.
Mas o som está cá.
Quer tentar pelo show de fora? Não.
Não, isto é só... Mas eu tenho... Os picas estão a 100%. Alguma coisa não está a passar, não sei. Não sei. E através do próprio... Diz?
Eu sugeri abrir o fecheiro.
Sim, podemos tentar. Vou tentar abrir. É só um vídeo?
Não, são vários, mas depois eu posso ir abrir.
É este aqui?
Sim.
Tem que ser assim. Senão. Vou pôr o som também.
Não.
Mas ele está a dar aqui. Não está a chegar aí.
A saída dos escutadores.
So I would say that's the toughest part in the morning is to kind of go, well, I'm up whether I like it or not, I'm up now.
What if you had Parkinson's? There are 1.2 million people in Europe.
Back to the Future was a film that helped define the 1980s and made Michael J. Fox a star. More hit movies followed, as did a string of awards for his TV series like Spin City. Now, though, his future's increasingly defined by Parkinson's disease.
As soon as I wake up, I can't go back to sleep. I mean, it starts going. So I would say that's the toughest part in the morning is to kind of go, well, I'm up whether I like it or not, I'm up now. And the other thing that happens to me in the morning, first thing is I get that dystonia, which is kind of cramping, and it can be very extreme.
In a rare interview on ABC, he spoke about the new challenges from something as simple as using a toothbrush.
Sometimes I have to put the brush down on the countertop, hold it flat, and get the bristles on, because if I hold it, I'll miss it. It's a moving target. But then once I get all loaded up, then I just kind of bring it up to my mouth and then just let it go.
Remarkably, he also revealed that ice skating appears to temporarily block his symptoms, but only while he keeps moving. There's no cure for Parkinson's, but Michael J. Fox has been fighting to change that. He's gone from actor to activist, campaigning for politicians backing stem cell research, which might offer hope to Parkinson's sufferers. Millions have seen the powerful TV campaign he made a few years ago.
They say all politics is local, but it's not always the case. What you do in Missouri matters to millions of Americans. Americans like me.
Michael J. Fox returns to ABC with an...
He devotes much of his life now to raising awareness about Parkinson's, and after many years off the big screen, he says he still watches his old life on the small screen.
At any given moment, I can flick through a channel and see myself, and for a long time it was just like I stumbled on an infomercial or something and just keep clicking. But now every now and then I will stop and watch it a little bit, and I'll just enjoy it. I'll just enjoy it for what it is and the time it was in my life, and I don't have any, there's no wistfulness in it, there's no longing in it.
Richard Lister, BBC News, Washington.
Very honest, extraordinarily brave.
Very candid, yeah. Michael J. Fox there speaking about Parkinson's.
Okay, moving a little bit now, and targeting actually the intelligent early detection and intervention in Parkinson's disease. We intend here during this work to explore the personalized game suite as part of the iPrognosis project. In fact, the personalized game suite is a kind of integration of several serious games in a unified platform. We are talking about Exer games, dietary games, emo games, and writing voice games. And let's say for the first step, for each game category, we try to do a kind of extensive literature review regarding the PD symptoms, regarding the interventions for Parkinson's disease, the serious games intervention for Parkinson's disease, the importance of the serious game in this disease, and the corresponding personalized game approach for each category. And at the end, we also described the related medical evaluation tests regarding each game that have been done so far. So we already submit this work, so for more information, you can explore a little bit there if you need. As a second, let's say, step, we felt a clear need to define a common framework for the games to be followed for all games in a kind of transversal way. So for that purpose, we try to, let's say, focus on several transversal issues, namely the data types, the data exchange, the safety and feasibility issues regarding the security situations, personalization and the socialization issues, and the reward system. So all these components were integrated in all the games. So considering both the evidence based in the serious games from the literature review and also the defined, let's say, framework, we construct around actually precisely 14 storyboards, 3 for the Exer games, 3 for Dieter games, 2 for AMO games, and 3 for handwriting voice. And more 3 for the handwriting voice, let's say 3 for voice and 3 for handwriting voice games. For this purpose, we use the storyboard that tool, let's say, online resource. Here is, you can see just one storyboard as an example, let's say. And regarding the handwriting voice scenarios, this game scenario is called the Catching Voicemons. Were motivated by the combination of the words voice and Pokemon. And we here in this game scenario, we try to, let's say, the user to catch the voicemons that appear on the screen by pronouncing the right vowel during 2 seconds. If the user doesn't pronounce in 2 seconds, if you do it in a less time or a wrong vowel is pronounced, the voicemail escapes. So this was the main task. Also, we define higher levels of difficulties, and for this scenario in particular, of course, in higher level of difficulties, let's say that new vowels will appear on the screen, and more voicemons will appear, and they will disappear much fast. The main goal, the main learning goal here, we define as practicing different vowels. In any case, all the storyboards, the 14 storyboards, are explored, defined, and specified in this work already. In the last months, 10 Parkinson's disease patients from the Greek Parkinson's Disease Association already contribute with the kind of suggestions, feedbacks regarding all the storyboards. Each game scenario was incorporated in the video, and it is presented in a tablet. So I don't know if we'll work.
Το παιχνίδι με τα πορτοκάλια και τα λεμόνια. Στέκεσαι όρθιος μπροστά στην τηλεόραση και ακολουθείς τις οδηγίες για να μαζέψεις είτε το πορτοκάλι είτε το λεμόνι ακολουθώντας τις οδηγίες. Όταν σου ζητηθεί να μαζέψεις ένα λεμόνι, κάνε ένα βήμα δεξιά. Όταν χρειαστεί να μαζέψεις ένα πορτοκάλι, κάνε ένα βήμα αριστερά και ξεκίνα επιτόπου βήματα για να ανέβεις την σκάλα. Όταν κάνεις σωστά τα βήματα θα εμφανίζεται η πορτοκαλιά, η λεμονιά και ένα καλάθι. Μετακινώντας το χέρι σου κουνάς το καλάθι για να μαζέψεις το πορτοκάλι ή λεμόνι που έχει έντονο χρώμα. Ο διαθέσιμος χρόνος συλλογής του φρούτου θα είναι τυχαίος. Στο τέλος,
Okay, so after the visualization of this video, a semi-structured interview around 1 hour was conducted. Actually, these patients, they collaborate in a way of co-design or co-creation of the games, in a way that they could, let's say, help us to redesign the games according to their needs or giving some useful information regarding each game scenario. Until June, we intend also to collect kind of feedback from the medical experts that are also in order to refine the design of the games. Also, we intend to readjust the storyboards taking into account the, let's say, updated literature review, the PD patients' opinions, and also the medical expertise. In summary, this approach can, in a way, provide opportunities to use the games, the serial games, in a more integrated way. From a holistic perspective, the triangulation of family, friends, and caregivers can help to understand the evolution of this disease, the Parkinson, through the gaming. And we also believe that this approach can consider some different scenarios according to the patient's requirements and different needs. So in this way, the personalized game suite sets the basis for the establishment of a holistic and an obtrusive approach that can improve or mitigate the motor and non-motor symptoms and informing healthcare and policymakers for its inclusion in the management of this disease. For more information, you can find some publications regarding this particular area in the 2016 and 2017. And I will finalize a little bit with a short overview of the eye prognosis, all the, if works, okay, no? Okay, doesn't work, but I think.
What if you had Parkinson's? There are 1.2 million people in Europe living with the disease, most of them over the age of 50. Yet Parkinson's disease is difficult to diagnose. It evolves slowly over years, and early
Sorry about this.
What if you had Parkinson's? There are 1.2 million people in Europe living with the disease, most of them over the age of 50. Yet Parkinson's disease is difficult to diagnose. It evolves slowly over years, and early symptoms are often missed. If Parkinson's disease is diagnosed and treated early, it can have significant benefits for patients and their families. So we need a radical new solution. The Eye Prognosis Project was created with this goal in mind. Patients, doctors, and engineers have joined forces to develop a set of technology-based solutions for the detection and care of Parkinson's disease. Eye Prognosis will first engage people, both healthy and existing patients, in a data collection study via a mobile app and smart devices. The app will silently source data from the daily use of the devices. It will allow the development of algorithms able to detect behavioral changes relating to Parkinson's. Eventually, a tool will be created that would screen for Parkinson's in daily life and lead to an early diagnosis with the help of your doctor.
Hello?
Eye Prognosis further aims to empower patients. It wants them to play an active role in the care of the disease. Thus, Eye Prognosis proposes personalized solutions to mitigate symptoms, facilitate physical exercise at home, and improve diet and sleep. With the discreet guidance of doctors and carers, these solutions are expected to sustain the quality of life of patients and reduce the need of hospitalization. Be part of the research. Be part of the solution. Join the Eye Prognosis community.
Okay, so as just a final note, the final slide. First of all, I would like to invite you to take a brochure, a small brochure of the project that we have outside. So if you want to take, and just to tell you that during this month the mobile Eye Prognosis mobile application will be released. So if you want, you can download the application from the Google Play Store and participate in the large-scale study. So thank you very much. Sorry about the time.
We have no time for questions for this presentation, but I'm sure Sophia will be around and you can ask questions afterwards. So we move on to the next presentation.
Ana Patricia Antunes, she's going to talk about the psychomotor aging evaluation and intervention.
Hi everybody, good morning. Just a little correction, I'm not Ana Patricia Antunes, I'm not that young. I'm Sofia Santos, I'm her supervisor, and I'm going to present you the PhD. Yes, I know, that's the program, you are absolutely right, but there's been a little change, okay? So I'm going to introduce you another PhD student project, and let's see what it is. I think it's not here, it's not here. It's here. No, it's not here. I don't know. Maybe in here? I don't know. No, but you put there. I have, yes.
because I want to, queria te dar sem notas. So, this here. Acho que é esta ou não?
Não.
É 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's here. Thank you. So, my PhD student, she's having her second kid. She's living in Barcelona. That's why I'm here, to introduce you the psychomotor profile of elderly with and without dementia in Portugal. So just to put you all in the same place, we are from the rehabilitation field, and we are trying to make something about the psychomotor therapy field. So let's go evaluating for a more adequate intervention. I have 20 minutes, so probably we just pick up 5 studies, and I'm just going to speak a little bit about them, only about these 5 studies. There are new challenges in aging, and there are lack of valid assessment tools for this population. So we know there are some psycho and motor skills that are decreasing with aging and with dementia, and we wanted to prove how to evaluate in the best way and how to be based on their evaluations to go for intervention. So there are a combination of motor and cognitive tests seems to have a better predictive value in dementia, and so we are starting to researching on that. So is there a significant difference in psychomotor skills between healthy elderly and elderly with dementia? Is there any significant relationships between psychomotor performance and performance in daily life activities? Is this influenced by socio-economical status, or is it influenced by support system? I don't know. It's too many questions to get answered. So we have permission to the ethical committee of Hospital Garcia da Horta, and we have about 500 persons in our sample with and without dementia. And so we have chosen a French evaluation instrument because it was maybe one of the tests that was more adequate to the conceptual model of psychomotor therapy, and because it starts already its validation process in France. So we took the test to Portugal, and we, just to say something, it's all about 70 domains. They are all listed there. I'm not going to speak of each other, but it goes from balance to fine motor skills, to vigilance, to memory, to time, to space, and we try to see how these all domains are combined with each other in their daily lives. So this test is for people with more than 16 years old, with or without dementia, and it has both quantitative and qualitative assessment and informations. So let's start from the beginning. We have made the first psychometric study of this Portuguese version of Examen Gerontopsychomotor. In Portuguese, Exame Gerontopsychomotor. And for the first part, we have done all these tasks, okay? So we translated into Portuguese, and then we asked a panel of 11 experts to comment, okay? So each item was classified according to its relevance, or irrelevance, clarity, C from clarity, from simplicity, and from ambiguous, and all the experts said something about the items. Are the items okay? Should they be reformulated? I don't know. All kinds of suggestions were made, and all suggestions were used in our first adaptation of this test for Portuguese populations. So as you can see, we made a whole of statistics analysis to see if the experts agreed on the, I think this is a good test to go for the intervention part. And just to point out, there are only 2 experts that said something about, well, take a look on this item and take a look at the other item, which was joint mobilizations, and then we were strong enough to go further. And then we set a pre-final version, okay? So we go to the field, we went to the field, and we have applied the test to 100 persons, as you can see that. And all, at least at these initial statistical results, were okay. They were very good or even acceptable, and so we went to do a first analysis. is the psychomotor competences organized by by motor, or by any other kinds of competences? So, of course, we went for the, we have made, before the confirmatory analysis, we made a comparison between our country and Uruguay, which is another country that is also doing a similar job. And we said, we noticed that the results were very similar. And it gives us, again, a new data to say, okay, it seems that we are on the right way. And so, I think this is one of the biggest data that we collect from our research, because we have several models. And we were able to confirm that we have the third model, which has the best results, may be that model that which is suitable the best for psychomotor therapy field. And so I think this was a huge step in statistical analysis for psychomotor therapy in Portugal. Okay, so now we have an evaluation tool that seems good enough to evaluate these psychomotor skills, but what now? Is this really able to discriminate psychomotor competence between persons without dementia and persons with dementia? So we went on another study, and we saw that yes, there are major difference, as expected, of course, between these both populations. And the test was able to present, let me see, only on dynamic balance. I think it was the only domain that was no difference at all between these both groups. So the higher difference were found between perceptive memory, space and time domain. So it was the main results. And so we have also strong correlations between cognitive, and we have evaluated the cognitive domains with the MMSA, mini-mental, functional, and psychomotor. We have used all these trees of 4 tests to see how were they related in daily life performance. And so, yes, we found that having less psychomotor competence is related, strongly correlated with lower cognitive levels, with lower performance in daily lives, as expected. And we can see it not only by domains, but also in the total of the scales. And further, so with all of these kind of results, we went to the field, to the Portugal field, and we tried to see how to use it in an institution. So we have lots of institutions that provide supports to the elderly, and if we evaluate it with these psychomotor tests, and then it will be possible to design an adequate support plans for that persons that were evaluated. So this is one of the, it's a small job, and it's one of our Portuguese institutions. So it was possible to see correlations between ages, status, social economical status, mental and functional abilities, again, in the practice. And so, the AGP, it seems that so far, because we are now ending the main research, we are now want to go to practice and to evaluate the effectiveness of interventions in these fields. And further, I know that someone mentioned that before, and how quality of life will appear in all this process and all in this model. So I think that this is a very good step on the validation of a psychomotor test for evaluating psychomotor competence of the elderly. What we have seen is that domains are strongly correlated with each other, and it seems that the EGP appears to be sensitive for the psychomotor decline, and maybe for the dementia features, let's say so, okay? Of course, the psychomotor abilities and the functional performance, the EGP will not be the only solution. We need more information. This morning was very rich in that kind of information, how to put everything into places from all different areas. And yes, we would like to go further to prevent, maintain, or rehabilitate the functional loss that are usual in the people with dementia. So, as we know, elderly with dementia have a higher percentage of cognitive deficits and higher dependency on daily lives, and intervention with persons with dementia should involve activities to promote more psychomotor skills as well functional skills, okay? So that's, and we are still continuing doing this job. It's not finished, it's almost there, but it's not done, about the predictive value of these tests for other pathologies. For instance, the Parkinson's disease, I don't know, I think that was a very good presentation. And that's in 10 minutes, that's what we want to present you. Of course, we have lots of presentations. If you would like to read it or something, you can email us, no problem. I just would like to introduce the PhD student who was responsible for the job, which was Ana Moraes, and all the team that was behind this project, okay? So thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you very much. So I'm sure you understand we have a little bit of delay, so you will please raise the questions during the day, okay? And now the next.
So now Vera Muniz Pereira. She's going to talk about biomechanical changes in locomotion and functional loss in the elderly. And this is Faculdade de Motricidade Humana. Thank you.
Sim, não, isto é para o computador. Hi, I'm Vera. I come from the Biomechanics and Functional Morphology Laboratory for Faculty of Human Kinetics. And for a change in this session, I will not talk about older adults with pathology, but I will talk about the healthy ones. So, as most of you know, falls are a serious problem for older adults, and approximately 30 to 40% of older adults fall each year. They report they are basically the most reported activities when they are falling are walking, stair walking, either upstairs or downstairs, and crossing obstacles. And there are many factors related with this risk, with the fall risk. The person-related factors like age, gender, fear of falling, the environmental related factors, like if we have enough light to see the stairs, or if the floor is too slippery, and the task-related factors. For instance, is there an handrail available so that I can support myself while I'm going upstairs? Today, I will focus about the personal related factors. And, as I said before, in healthy people. Most of the studies compare young with older adults to see their movement strategies while walking, going upstairs, or going downstairs. So they take two groups, both healthy, young, and older adults, and of course they are different, okay? So what are the main differences? They are slow. Older adults are slower, take shorter steps, have a high double support time, and they apply differently their joint moments, revealing a more proximal strategies. What this means is that they use more the hip, producing a larger hip extensor joint moment, and they use less their plantar flexor joint moment. And these are the main differences between young and older adults. But if you work with older adults, even if you work with the healthy ones, so the ones that are independent, you see that they are very heterogeneous. So with the same age, we can find people running marathons, and we can find people dependent. So should the intervention be the same? Do they move the same? Is just a matter of age? Or what are the fitness factors behind it? As I'm from sports sciences, that's where our main questions. So healthy adults, and what is the difference? So we took two groups and we compare them performing locomotor activities, walking, stair ascent, and stair descent, and we wanted to see if their functional fitness level was related to the strategies, so not only their age. In order to do that, we took a convenience sample from a larger epidemiological study that we have, and we take them to the lab. 27 subjects. They did not report any condition that would affect their gait pattern, and they were able to walk going upstairs and going downstairs independently without using the handrail. They all lived in the community independent, so these are the kind of people we are talking about. To the assessments, we used a health and falls questionnaire, a physical activity questionnaire, and for the functional fitness characterizations, we used previous tests validated to this population that include the chair stand and the 8-foot up and go test from the senior fitness test battery, and 4 balance tests from Fullerton Advanced Balance Scale. For the biomechanical tests, what we did is, when they came to the lab, was to mark the subjects in the lower limbs and the trunk using the calibrated anatomic system technique, and we filmed them while walking, going up and going downstairs. In order to do that, we used 8 infrared high-speed cameras synchronized in time and space with 2 Kistler force plates. For the stand trials, we had the 2 force plates, was one just before the first step and the other one underneath the first step, so that we can collect forces together with the movements. We instruct the participants to walk at their comfortable velocity in all of the tests, and they were barefoot while doing these tasks. Afterwards, we built for each of the participants an 8-segment model that includes feet, shanks, thighs, pelvis, and trunk. And we restrict all joint translations, so each joint for the movement had 3 degrees of freedom. 3 degrees of freedoms, which were the rotation, so flexion, extension, abduction, adduction, and internal and external rotation. And then we computed the variables. In this case, I will show the temporal distance parameters and the joint moments and angular impulses parameters. For the joint moments, we calculated them using a standard inverse dynamics analysis in relation to the proximal segments, and we normalized the results to the subject's mass. To obtain the angular impulses, we calculated the area under the curve of the joint moments, and we divided it in 2 time periods according to the ground reaction force anterior-posterior curve. The moment that the acceleration is negative, so the braking phase of the stance, and the time period where the acceleration is forwards, the propulsive phase of the stance phase. And then we divided this sample of 27 in 2 groups according with the previously mentioned functional fitness tests. We created a global score, we took the median, and we divided the sample in 2 groups. We tested the differences between groups using the t-test, and we also did and repeated measures ANOVA to see if there were any common traits between the tasks. So with 2 factors, one between subjects, which was the functional fitness level, and the within was the task. So between walking, stair ascent, and stair descent, is there a common strategy? As the sample was not very big, we supplemented our analysis with the effect size analysis. And what we see in the results is that the 2 groups are in fact very similar. So they have the same age, they have the same number of medication intake, the same fall history, and they walk with a similar velocity in all the tasks. This was very important because these variables would confuse our results. For instance, if I walk faster, of course my joint moments are bigger because I need bigger joint moments to walk faster. So in this we guarantee that we had 2 similar groups with the exception of the functional fitness level that was different. And what we verified in these graphs, and if you can read what this is the hip joint for walking, stair ascent and standard descent, the knee joint moments, and the ankle joint moments. And the low functional fitness level group are in striped, and the non-striped group are the high functional fitness level group. And when we did verify is that in all tasks, walking, stair ascent, and stair descent, there were significant differences between the applied hip joint extensor moment. So the low functional fitness level group always applied a higher hip extensor moment. Not significant, but with a large effect size, were also the results for the plantar flexor joint moments, showing that the lower functional fitness level applied a small plantar flexor joint moment. And only on the most demanding tasks, the knee joint moments, the peak of the knee joint moments, had also differences between groups, with the low functional fitness level applying a shorter knee joint moment. And if you look at these pictures, what you see, I don't know if you are used to see this kind of images of data collection, but what you see is the ground reaction force and the body represented with the markers that we put it. And if you look at the low functional fitness level person, they have a more flexed posture, and the high have a more extended posture. And this makes this ground reaction force vector more away. Here is further away from the hip, and here is more close to the hip. So they are very similar, but their strategies going up and downstairs are different. And this means that these differences not only depending on age, but on their functional fitness level. And if you want to know more about movement and about your intervention, you should have this into account. Before I finish, I would like to invite you all to visit our website, neuromechanics.fmh.lisboa.pt, and I thank you all for listening, which is difficult at this time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vera. Also, thank you very much for sticking within the time. So, questions for Vera now? Before we start our movement for lunch, any questions? Margarida?
Yes.
If those so interesting facilities are open for a normal patient to be analyzed and to help the doctors to
Nowadays, we have a project going on cerebral palsy. So we test in gait, we do gait analysis for cerebral palsy children, so that we can help the surgeon to decide which procedure to perform, how many degrees they should do the femoral rotation. So actually in the lab we can measure, quantify all this. So yes, of course, we are, it's not a service open, but we can discuss how that can work out. Especially in the elderly, we have projects going on, so it's possible.
Particularly in PD, Parkinson's disease, I'm sure this will have a lot of application.
Yes.
So any other questions from the audience? If not, we thank you very much again, Vera, and move on.
The last but not the least, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Ana Morato. She will highlight to you a little bit the role of chemistry and biochemistry for the human health.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm going to present you some of our activities at my center, that is Centro de Química e Bioquímica from FCU. And what has been done in the last 3 years. So I'll start by presenting who we are. We are 70 members, divided in 12 groups, and more than 100 collaborators. That includes masters and PhD students. Sorry, there was something with this, with the slides, because it changed everything. So. Anyway, So this is our numbers that we had in these past 3 years. We have more than 300 papers in the international journals. Most of them are in the top 25%, and we have half of our publications are health in the area of health subject. So the funding that we had in the last 3 years is more than 4 million euros, and is divided, sorry about this, and it's divided between grants, national projects and the European projects. So, but this was just the numbers. What I really want to present you is some of the projects that are ongoing at CKB, and they are not all of them, but we had to choose some because we just had 10 minutes, and so this is what we have chosen, is the antimicrobial resistance, cancer, diabetes, neurodegeneration, tuberculosis, and this last one is a different project, because this project is within a protocol with Polícia Judiciária, and it's to identify the new psychoactive substances that are sold in smart shops in Lisbon and in Portugal, in Europe. So it's a different project, but I will show you afterwards more details about this one. So starting with the antimicrobial resistance, we are doing now this project. This project is in the field of anthrax, a bacteria, and what we have found is a new family of antibiotics. These antibiotics are new because they have a new way of behaving towards this bacteria, because they target the membrane. So this opens the door to new research on this field, and that is quite important in nowadays, because you know that the antimicrobial resistance is really an issue in hospitals and in different places now. So we start with normally with the synthesis of the new compounds, then we study the antimicrobial activity. We made the interaction between the membrane and the compounds by experimental and theoretical studies. We established the mechanism of action, and another good thing is that these compounds are really selective towards the bacteria. What we aim always is to scale up synthesis, and to do this and to help us with these studies, we had already some companies that are Tralcipan, Lilly, Bio4Drug, where some of these results were obtained, and we have cooperations with BioEasy and Instituto Ricardo Jorge. For diabetes, and today we already have spoken a little bit about diabetes, we have an approach that it is similar for the neurodegeneration approach that we have at CKB, and also for the dengue disease. The approach is to use plants that are normally used in a traditional medicinal point of view, and in this case for diabetes, as Ana Marta already told you, we are using Genista tenera, that is from Madeira Island, and we make the phytochemical studies, we identify the compound, and then we make the synthesis, and afterwards we make the biological studies and toxicity. What we have seen is that these extracts upon intake of these extracts, there is a decrease of about 50% of glycemia that is really very promising to be used in functional foods or in new drugs. These projects are being developed with the collaboration with the New York University from Abu Dhabi and with the Institute from Tenerife. It's financed by European Union, most of the work, but also with the national funds. In the case of cancer, I'm going to present you 3 projects, small ones until now, but there are more people working in these projects of cancer, and I'm starting with this one. This is the principle that is in one of these projects, is the use of FLIP peptide And this free peptide is pH dependent. So when you intake this kind of peptides, they can mark the acidic cells. And since the tumor cells are more acidic than the normal ones, so you can use it as a diagnosis. So as I told you, this is behind the principle behind one of the projects. So the researchers want to understand this mechanism of action, and they will do it by molecular modeling simulations, and they want to design new peptides. The in vitro and in vivo studies will be performed with a collaboration with the University of Rhode Island. And the aim is to have, in the end, the new cancer diagnosis and treatment technologies. A different approach is to use magnetic nanoparticles that can be modified modified to be intaken to target the cancer cells, and once they are targeting already the cancer cells, they can be, they can have a small increase in temperature locally, and then we can destroy some of the cancer cells. This is the other one, and the last one is the synthesis of nucleosides and nucleotides analogs to be used as anti-volcanic agents. These projects are all financed by national funds. For the neurodegeneration approach, what we have doing, as I told you before, is to use also the plant extracts, because it is known that there are some of these plants are already used for these diseases. And so what we do is we study the chemical composition, we make the isolation, and then sometimes we use this know-how to transform and modify the molecules. And then we study all these kind of activities, antioxidants, cytotoxicity, anti-Queen-Strauss activity, and so on, in order to have details and more information about these plants and compounds. This work is done also with the collaboration with the industry. We have Lilly, Herbital, Bio4Drug, and so on, with different universities from national and international ones. And it was and it is still funded by European Union. And we have also Innova Fund Aging that is also cooperating with us. So the big aim is also to have, in the end, functional foods. We already have some cookies that were developed by Instituto Superior de Agronomia, but we want to incorporate more, to incorporate these compounds in more food, and also to provide them as drug products. For the tuberculosis, we have also this project. This project started with we have used the Quasar-orientated design. We studied two compounds that are isoniazide derivatives and indole derivatives. What we have found is that the isoniazide derivatives showed a 6-fold increase in activity on the mutated strain. And this strain is the most predominant in Portugal. So this can be really important for the tuberculosis in Portugal and to answer the problems of the resistance to the commercial drug at the moment. This project is also in a collaboration with the University of Manitoba, that it's in Canada, and with the Instituto de Medicina Tropical, where the in vitro studies are being performed. So the last one is, as I told you, is a little bit different because we have a protocol with the Polícia Judiciária, and in this protocol, what we do is we receive samples, normally from court cases. As you can see here, we have already received 76 samples. From these ones, what we do is we identify the new substances, and then what we have found already is that we have 78 new ones. 2 of them are really new in Europe, and afterwards we want to provide standards to be used for forensic purposes at Polícia Judiciária. So this is also an ongoing project, And so I hope we will not find so much more about these ones. So in the terms of networking, we are members of European Innovation Partnership on Active and Healthy Aging, Action Group 3. We are also members of European Institute of Innovation and Technology. We have several cost actions at the moment, and we are also members of UPAC. In terms of outreach, what we want normally is to give this research and these findings to the society. We have different strategies. One is it was a project that was funded. It was European funded. It's Perciva, and in Perciva, the CKB part was to develop a website, and this website is NutriAging, and in this website you can find information about nutrition, healthy aging, and recipes from chefs, culinary chefs, and so on. We organized Festival Vida Saudável last year. That was also for the society. And during the last years, we had several press releases through to the national journals and also to TVs and radios, networking, and so on. For young people, normally we always participate in activities that are organized by Ciência Viva or University of Lisbon or Faculty of Sciences, and so we try to reach everybody at the moment. Last, I want to acknowledge all CKB members. Most of them, they work in these areas and in these projects, and the funding that is here presented. And I want to mark that we have a poster 27 and poster 30, and there's also poster 43 that is related with cystic fibrosis. So if you want, they'll be in the afternoon, because I think in the poster session in the morning there was no poster about health. So thank you all.
But I think maybe, is there any question? I'm sure in the lunchtime. Okay? Thank you very much, Anna. It was very nice. Thank you all for your attendance. If you'd like to join me to say goodbye to you. Okay, so we are happy. We were happy to you join us. Happy to be with you. We love to listen to all these interesting contributions and have a good lunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your contribution, and see you later. Thanks.
One day, I'll read all those books that I've always wished I'd read, and watch all those movies I've never seen.
portanto, que é um dos temas importantes e que está relacionado até com uma proposta recentemente aprovada na área do projeto Teaming, que envolve 5 universidades portuguesas e University College, exatamente nesta mesma área, com a construção de um centro virtual, onde a Universidade de Lisboa, portanto, é um dos parceiros. Assim como o professor João Lacerda, eu, a professora Carmo Fonseca e outros colegas, obviamente, participam também nesta grande iniciativa, que tem uma duração de 7 anos, começou há um mês atrás. É 1 de abril, não é mentira, mas é um mês atrás. Portanto, nós vamos dar início, sem mais demoras, e a primeira palestrante é a professora Susana Solá, da Faculdade de Farmácia, que teremos todo o gosto em ouvir a sua comunicação. Obrigado.
Is it working? Good afternoon. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity of sharing a little bit of our research. I will start by giving you a brief introduction into the aim of the group and within our group. So actually, we work at the Cellular Function and Therapeutic Targeting Group, led by Professor Cecília Rodrigues at IMED Lisbon, here in Faculty of Pharmacy. And during the past years, we have been always interested in understanding the molecular mechanisms and also trying to manipulate these mechanisms responsible for cell fate decision, including cell death. In this particular niche here, I'm trying to turning on my pointer. Oh, I'm sorry. I cannot, I'm sorry. So in this particular niche over there, we are specifically interested in understanding and manipulate the molecular mechanisms associated with neurostem cell fate to ultimately improve neural repair. And in fact, although neurogenesis occur in discrete regions of the adult brain, such as in the lateral walls of the subventricular zone and also in the dendrogyres of the hippocampus, neurostem cells produce very few neurons during aging or after injury. And despite the fact that many strategies have been already tested in several animal models to improve this neuroregeneration, including by transplanting cells into the damaged regions of the brain, the identification of novel molecules that would somehow enhance neurostem cell pool and modulate this process will have a huge impact on age-associated neurogenesis and cognitive decline. Recent evidence have suggested mitochondria number, metabolism, and even morphology is absolutely pivotal to regulate proliferation and differentiation potential of stem cells. In fact, less mitochondria in undifferentiated cells is usually associated with low oxygen consumption, while expansion of mitochondrial function, and namely the oxidative phosphorylation, is crucial to assure the differentiation process itself. It has been also shown that mitochondria is very important, for instance, to regulate neuronal position, including dendritrogen and also axon branching. And regarding this issue, it has been also shown that mitochondrial dynamics, for instance, is very important to regulate the synaptic activity and also the dendritic spines in neuroregeneration. So, however, the precise mechanism, the molecular mechanism responsible for the enhancement of neuroplasticity by mitochondria are not fully understood and must be further explored. So in our studies, we have used several models of neurostem cells, many of them in collaboration with other groups here in University of Lisbon, ranging from mouse neurostem cell lines, primary cultures of neurostem cells, animal models, and more recently also neurostem cells derived from human-induced pluripotent stem cells. So in a mouse neurostem cell line, Joana Xavier, that it was a PhD in the lab, began to show that mitochondrial apoptotic events occur during the early stages of differentiation. And actually she did that by, it's a pity that this is not working, but she showed that during the early stages of differentiation, we had mitochondrial depolarization and mitochondrial ROS formation, as you can see here. And curiously, during this time of differentiation, we actually had a transient release of cytochrome C from mitochondria to the cytosol, and which was not associated with cell death. So these features appear to not induce cell death per se. Curiously, during this time, these early times of differentiation, she also saw a decrease in the DNA, mitochondrial DNA copy number, and also an increase of mitophagy, as we can see here at 18 hours, by colocalizing one autophagic related proteins with which is in green, with mitochondria that is in red. We then decided to look for the cellular distribution of a pro-apoptotic protein in this context. In this case was p53, and we did that by confocal analysis. I'm sorry, unfortunately the immunohistochemistry is not very well here in the panel, but what we saw is that under self-renewal conditions, p53 was mainly localized in the nucleus, where when we induce differentiation, this protein in green is translocated to the mitochondria, and as we could be able to see here in this panel. To further understand a little bit more the role of the potential role of this pro-apoptotic protein in the mitochondria under this scenario, what we did, we tried to modulate its mitochondrial translocation in these cells. And for that, we transfected cells with 3 different plasmids. One plasmid coding, overexpressing a mitochondrial transporter of p53, which is REC-KL4. Actually, this protein is an helicase. And the other 2 conditions were other 2 mutants of this mitochondrial transporter. One that, although interacted with p53, does not go to the mitochondria, and another one that is able to translocate to the mitochondria but does not bind to p53. And as you can see here in the second condition, after overexpressing these cells with these plasmids, we could efficiently enhance the mitochondrial contents of in p53 levels. So afterwards, we looked for the endpoints of this modulation, and surprisingly, what we saw, it was exactly the opposite that we were expected. When we forced mitochondrial translocation of p53, we observed a significant increase in mitochondrial DNA copy number and a diminishing of mitophagy levels. And this in turn results in an enhancement and an acceleration of neuronal differentiation. Actually, we saw this not only by immunocytochemistry assays, but by other techniques. Every time that we forced p53 into the mitochondria, it induced a mitochondrial survival response and end up in an increase, a significant increase in the number of neurons in the dish, so increased neurogenesis. Since our group has been also studied the properties of one molecule, which is the endogenous bile acid tauroursodeoxycholic acid, or TUDCA, and we actually show that this bile acid is neuroprotective in several models of neurological disorders, such as stroke, Huntington's, and also Parkinson. And since we have shown that this molecule actually acts by acting on the mitochondrial compartment, so TUDCA actually inhibits mitochondrial apoptosis by stabilizing the mitochondrial membrane, inhibiting cytochrome C release, and also function as an antioxidant protein. We, of course, decided to evaluate its potential role also in neurostem cell fate decision. And what we showed is that this bile acid actually significantly inhibits, it's a pity that, here I go. So it significantly inhibits the depolarization of mitochondria, also inhibits the mitochondrial ROS production. And curiously, this does not affect the cell viability of the cells, neither inhibition of apoptosis, but appear to result in a significant increase in the number of cells in the dish. And we also show that this bile acid actually could significantly increase the number of symmetric divisions of these cells. To understand a little bit more about the mechanism by which TUDCA was doing this in the mitochondria and under neurogenesis, we use two different inhibitors, cyclosporin A, which is an inhibitor of one major scavenger of ROS in the mitochondria, and also oligomycin A, which is an inhibitor of ATP synthase. And in fact, what our result shows is that these two inhibitors completely abrogated the effect of TUDCA in increasing proliferation of the cells, as well as in modulating the different phases of cell cycle. So the increase of S phase was no longer observed, and the decrease in G1 was no longer observed. Curiously, under differentiation conditions, we were able to show that the incubation of this bile acid induced a shift in the neurostem cell lineage determination, favoring neurogenesis instead of gliogenesis. And this again appeared to be dependent on bioenergetic levels of mitochondria, and also dependent on the redox states of the mitochondria, since both inhibitors rescued the effect observed for TUDCA in these cells. So we, in the collaboration with Professor Ana Sebastião Group and Dr. Sara Chapelli, we had the opportunity to corroborate many of these results that I show you also in primary cultures of postnatal neurostem cells. But more importantly, we were able to show the effect of this TUDCA in vivo. So what we did, it was we performed an intracerebral administration of this bile acid in the ventricular zones, and we did that by implanting in the animals mini osmotic pumps delivering the bile acid for approximately 1 month. And what Rita Soares showed, a master's student, it was that we had a significant increase in proliferation of these cells in this neurogenic niche. And more importantly, also an increase in the early differentiation in this region, as detected by an increase of double cortin positive cells. To go a little bit deeper into the mechanism by which TUDCA was regulating all these mitochondrial features, namely metabolic alterations, we collaborated with Professor Ana Varela at ITKB and did some proteomic analysis, this time with using mitochondrial extracts. And what we saw, it was a significant decrease in the expression of alkade, which is an enzyme responsible for the beta oxidation of the long-chain fatty acids. And Marta Fernandes, a master's student here in the lab, corroborated these results and showed that this was not associated with the lipid accumulation in these cells, but rather TUDCAs appear to induce a shift in terms of metabolism, favoring glucose metabolism instead of lipid degradation. In fact, we observed that in cells treated with TUDCA, we had a significant increase in the levels of pyruvate dehydrogenase. Last but not least, we also had the opportunity to test these modulatory effects of TUDCA also in human models, this time with the collaboration of Professor Joaquim Carvalho group in Instituto Superior Técnico and Professora Margarida Diogo. And what we have shown is that this bile acid actually had the same effects, the proliferative effects, in IPS under expansion condition, but more importantly, under differentiation conditions, what we saw is that this bile acid significantly increased the number of neural rosettes that for you, I can believe that it's very hard to see here, but actually the center of rosette is labeled here in red. So we had a significant increase in the number of neural rosettes. And also, we saw some difference in terms of the organization and interconnection of these neural rosettes in the dish. Some of the results that I explained to you in terms of number of mitochondria and ATP were also modulated by TUDCA in these conditions. So, in summary, what we have shown so far is that mitochondria plays to play a key role during this process of neurostem cell fate decision. So it's crucial to regulate either proliferation and differentiation, and mitochondrial regulators such as TUDCA can actually enhance proliferation and have an impact in neurostem cell lineage determination by modulating aspects such as ATP and ROS levels in mitochondria, and probably also dynamics, since we have shown that mitophasin 1, that it's a fusion-related protein, is also increased in these conditions. So I would like to just acknowledge all the people involved in this work. All the people in the lab that was involved, namely Professor Cecília Rodrigues, Joana Xavier, Marta Ribeiro, Tânia Genebra, Rita Soares, Marta Fernandes, the group of ITQB from Professor Ana Coelho, the group of Professor Ana Sebastião for the in vivo studies and postnatal culture of stem cells, and the group of Professor Joaquim Carvalho for the human IPS studies. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna, for your presentation. Excellent review on this. So we have only time for one question. Because you are, please, Margarida.
You had the opportunity of collecting different results in terms of the effect of the TUDCA molecule for different models. Once again, the question of having different models. So how do you compare the results that you have obtained with the neural stem cell cultures, with animal models, and now with the iPS cell cultures as well? How do you compare? Do you have common aspects in terms of the results?
Yes, we have a lot of common aspects. In all of them, we saw an increase in mitochondria number, a diminution of mitochondrial stress, an increase of ATP mitochondrial levels too. So they were pretty much the same, but in IPS we are, as you know, we have less experiments than in the other models. So they are very similar. One thing that we noticed that was different is that when we use mouse neurostem cells line, we saw an increase in proliferation, and if we evaluate the differentiated cells, we could find that shift in terms of neurogenesis. But per se, the TUDCA did not enhance neurogenesis. And we were surprising when we looked for the in vivo models to have an increase in both things, in the neurostem cell pool and also in the early differentiation. But we think that this may be due because of the enhancement of neurostem cell pool, so all the growth factors are there, and end up in increasing differentiation, but the main role of bile acid probably is on proliferation process.
Thank you, Susanna. So
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We should move now Dr. Sara Chapelli from IMM and Faculty of Medicine. So we will continue with the neural stem cells and brain repair. In fact, we have three this afternoon, 3 on neural stem cells and 2 on the hematopoietic and mesenchymal. So these are the 2. Of course, these presentations are among the several of the research groups at the university. So, Sarah, please, you can start.
So, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to present some of the work that we are doing at our lab. And so, as Susanna was already talking about, so neurostem cells, they are stem cells present in the nervous system, and they are characterized by the capability to proliferate. They can self-renew, so they are capable of regenerating another stem cell, and they are also multipotent, so they can give rise to neurons, astrocytes, and oligodendrocytes. This is very important because, as also Professor Susanna was saying, that we can use these stem cells to use for regenerative therapies concerning neurodegenerative disorders. So there are 2 main neurogenic niches in the adult brain. So in the adult brain, there are 2 regions where you can have new neurons to be generated. And these regions are subventricular zone lining the lateral ventricles, and I cannot point, so it's there. And they can migrate through the rostral migratory stream and are incorporated in the olfactory bulb. And so these new cells are important for other memory discrimination. And hippocampus, these new cells, they are integrated there in the granulocyte layers of the hippocampus, and the hippocampus is very important for memory, so these new cells are important for memory and learning. Concerning adult oligodendrogenesis, so oligodendrocytes, as you know, are the cells that create the myelin, so they wrap around the axons of the neurons, and so this allows the neurons to communicate really fast, and they protect also the neurons. When there is a demyelinating disorder, so we'll use this myelin sheath, and we'll use oligodendrocytes. In the adult, it is possible to generate new oligodendrocytes from oligodendrocyte precursor cells, so OPCs, that are present in the brain parenchyma. However, these new oligodendrocytes, they are not enough to remyelinate these cells, and it is important to find other therapies, so other cells that can generate new oligodendrocytes. And in the subventricular zone, it is so that niche there. It is important because these cells, they can migrate out of the subventricular zone, and they can go to these places of damage, and they can make new oligodendrocytes, and they actually remyelinate these axons. There are different factors that regulate neurostem cells. They can be extrinsic factors, environmental factors, or intrinsic factors. So in our group, we are interested in finding different factors that can indeed modulate neurogenesis and oligodendrogenesis. One of these factors is adenosine. So adenosine activates 4 types of receptors, A1 and A3, which are coupled to Chi inhibitory proteins, and A2A and A2B, which is coupled to Chi stimulatory receptors. And actually, A2A receptor was shown to be very important. It can actually regulate metabolic dynamics, sleep and arousal, mood, neuroprotection. It has different roles. And one of the roles that was recently published by our group is that it can regulate neuritogenesis. Another factor that is very important is BDNF. So BDNF is a neurotrophic factor that, by activating TrkB receptor, regulates neuronal survival, synaptic transmission, and neuronal outgrowth. It was already, there are a lot of publications showing that its activation of TrkB receptors in the subventricular zone or in the dentate gyrus can increase neurogenesis. Also, and very importantly, it was shown by our lab and others that A2A receptor activation, or A2A receptor activation modulates the actions of this TrkB receptor. So there's this crosstalk between A2A receptor and TrkB receptor in different aspects, not neurogenesis, and we also wanted to study this in neurogenesis. And another factor that we have also studied in our group is endocannabinoids. So endocannabinoids are lipids, so they are generators from lipid precursors of the membrane, and they are generated on demand. And they are released to the synaptic cleft, and they can activate CB1 and CB2 receptors, which can be present in the presynaptic or postsynaptic areas. And then it was shown that by activating these receptors, they can regulate neurodevelopment, food intake, analgesia, learning, and memory. And importantly, it was shown by others and also by us that activation of especially type 1 receptor, it can actually regulate neurogenesis. The role of CB2 receptor is now being studied. So in our group, we have been, as I told you, studying modulators of neurogenesis on oligodendrogenesis, and concerning neurogenesis, we have studied the role of adenosine A2A receptor and the crosstalk between BDNF and A2A receptor, the interaction between cannabinoid receptors, and also the crosstalk between A2A and cannabinoid receptors. So these are just some work that we are doing at the moment. And considering the oligodendrogenesis, we have also studied the role of adenosine A2A receptors. So I will try to give an overview of the type of the experiments that we do at our lab and that we are doing at the moment. So we did experiments with in vitro and in vivo. So in vitro, we use neurospheres, which are clones of neurostem cells. And we use these neurospheres from the subventricular zone and from the dentate gyrus, so from the two neurogenic niches. And then we activate with different ligands for A2A receptor, for the cannabinoid receptors, for BDNF. So we use different modulators. And concerning the in vivo data, so we use, as Professor Susana was saying, we also use this, so we did this with the osmotic mini pumps that delivered during 1 month continuously to the ventricle, lateral ventricle. It delivers the A2A receptor agonist. And after this 1 month, we could study neurogenesis. So the first work that I will describe very briefly is the role of A2A receptors in regulating hippocampal neurogenesis. So I will focus now in the dentate gyrus. So I'm showing you the scheme. When we study neurogenesis in these neurostem cells, we have to look at the self-renewal, so the type of these divisions to know the fate, proliferation, and neuronal differentiation. First, looking at the type of division. So what we do in the day of the cultures, so incubate the cells with our agonist, and after 24 hours, we perform immunostaining for SOX2, so a marker of stem cells in vitro. And after 24 hours, we count the number of cell pairs that are double positive source SOX2, so increasing of self-renewal, positive negative, so asymmetric division, and double negative, so cells entering in differentiation. I'm just showing here, so the results of the double positive cells. So we have an increase when we activate A2A receptor, we have an increase of the number of cell pairs positive for SOX2, and when we block with the selective antagonist, we block this effect. So A2A receptor activation, increased number of this self-renewing division. And interesting, when we remove BDNF, so when we use the scavenger for BDNF, we lose this effect of A2A receptor. So it is necessary BDNF for this effect of A2A receptor, okay? Now, considering cell proliferation. So we use BRDU, it is a thymidine analog, so it's incorporating during proliferation. And we count the number of BRDU positive cells that we do by immunocytochemistry. And we observed that A2A receptor activation or blockade did not have any effect. So there was no effect of A2A receptor in proliferation. Considering now neuronal differentiation. So what we did, we incubate the cells for 7 days, so a longer period of time. And after 7 days, we perform an immunocytochemistry for NEUN, a marker of mature neurons, and we count the number of NEUN positive cells. And we observed that A2A receptor activation promoted an increase of NEUN positive cells, and this was blocked again with A2A receptor antagonist. And interesting again, as in the self-renewal, BDNF scavenger, so when we remove BDNF, we lose this effect of A2A receptor activation. So again, we need BDNF to be present so that A2A receptor agonist can work. So considering now the in vivo, as I already told you, so we use these osmotic mini pumps, and we use 2 protocols. The protocol to study proliferation, we gave only BRDU in the end of the protocol, so in the end of the experiments after 1 month. And to study differentiation, we gave BRDU in the beginning, so in the first 3 days. Again, but this time using immunohistochemistry, we count the number of BRDU positive cells and double cortin positive cells, so marker for immature neurons, and we observed that A2A receptor activation did not affect cell proliferation, as we also observed in vitro. And considering neuronal differentiation, we use this protocol that we gave BRDU in the beginning, and we count the number of BRDU new and positive cells, so the double labeling. And we observe, so this second graph, we observe an increase of the number of BRDU new and positive cells, so we have an increase of neuronal differentiation. And now about the cannabinoid receptor. So I will just give you an overview. So we have been, as I told you, CB1 receptor was already shown to be important in neurogenesis. CB2, there was not a lot of data about that. And so considering also the dentate gyrus, we study whether CB1 receptor activation or CB2 could promote proliferation, so increase of number of BRDU positive cells. And there was no effect, but surprising for us, when we co-activate CB1 and CB2, we have an increase of the number of BRDU positive cells. So we need both agonists to be there to have this effect. And it's very interesting because when we use an agonist which is not selective for CB1 or CB2, we have the same effect. And what was most surprising for us is that when we block CB1 receptor, we block this effect, but when we block CB2, we did not block this effect. So this effect on proliferation, when we co-activate CB1 and CB2, is mediated by CB1 receptor. And concerning neuronal differentiation, CB1 receptor promotes the increase in new and positive cells, and CB1 receptor block this effect, but also CB2 receptor. And when we activate CB2 receptor, CB1 receptor block it, and CB2 receptor block this effect. So we have a cross-antagonism. And maybe that's why, so far, we only have shown studies with CB1 receptor, but maybe most of these studies also, there's also a role of CB2, because most of these studies used a non-selective cannabinoid receptor agonist. And finally, about the oligodendrogenesis. So in this area, we use subventricular zone, of course, because this is the cells that can get out of the subventricular zone and migrate to these areas of demyelinating issues. And what we observed, just very briefly, so we use a marker of OLIC2, which markers expressed throughout the lineage, and we observed that A2A receptor activation promoted an increase at 2 and 4 days, as you can see there. So we have an increase in 2 and 4 days of OLIC2 positive cells. And this was blocked again with the A2A receptor antagonist. And then we use different markers. So NG2 is more present in the middle, so more with the precursors. GALCH more present with adult oligodendrocytes, and MBP myelinating cells. When we use these, we observe that we have 2 peaks, one at 2 days and one at 7 days. So CGS, which is an A2A receptor agonist, increase differentiation at 2 and 7 days. So we have these 2 different peaks. And finally, considering using the in vivo, the same rats that we use for neurogenesis, we observe that the number of OLIC2 BRDU positive cells, so the cells that are labeled for oligodendrocytes, but this is, as I told you, is not the best marker because it's present throughout the lineage. We observe a decrease in the rostral migratory stream, so this stream where the cells usually migrate. And also in the olfactory bulb, so we have a decrease of these cells. So this is really important because maybe we have more cells in the subventricular zone, and actually have a tendency to an increase of cells in the subventricular zone. So this is for us important because we observed in vitro that we have more oligodendrocytes in vitro, and here we have more in the subventricular zone, and they don't migrate for the olfactory bulb, which is expected, and probably now we have to do this new analysis showing if they migrate out of the subventricular zone. So just to conclude, I have showed you that A2A receptor activation is important to induce neurogenesis in the dentate gyrus, so in the hippocampus, and to induce oligodendrogenesis in the subventricular zone. And the CB1 and CB2 receptor, I've shown you this crosstalk in modulating neurogenesis. And finally, I have to acknowledge Ana Sebastião, so our group leader, and Helena Mira, where Filipa performed these cell countings. And I have to acknowledge Filipe Ribeiro did most of the work of neurogenesis, Rui, you did work with the cannabinoids, Ana Moreira, we did work with the oligodendrogenesis in vitro, Claudia, who did work in vivo with oligodendrogenesis. And thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sarah, for your excellent presentation. However, we are running out of time, so if there is one short question. If not, thank you again. And I'll ask Professor João Lacerda to take the next two presentations. Thank you, José. Yeah.
So the next presentation is Tiago Fernandes, Spatial and Temporal Control of Cell Aggregation Efficiently Directs Human Pluripotent Stem Cells Towards Neuro Commitment.
Okay, so good afternoon. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the organizing committee for selecting some of our work for a presentation here today. We as a group, we are interested in studying human pluripotency, namely the differentiation of these cells. And today I will be talking about the spatial and temporal control of cell aggregation to efficiently direct human pluripotent stem cell neural commitment. So for those of you that don't know us, our research group is located at the Tagus Park campus of IST. And this is our facilities, and if you are curious to know more about us, please visit our brand new website. So our group, we are motivated by the potential of human pluripotent stem cells for disease modeling, drug testing, and even their therapeutic potential in the future for cell replacement therapies. But no matter the application that one seeks, there is a consensus in the research community that there is the need to clearly understand the signals and conditions that regulate human pluripotent stem cell fate into the different cells that make up an organism. So when we look at the human pluripotent stem cell state, we see that it resembles the late epiblast stage of embryonic development. And this state is characterized by a complex network of signaling components from different signaling pathways. And so the understanding of how this complex network works is important to understand how the cells leave the pluripotent state and commit themselves towards specific lineages. So to address this issue, we develop a multifactorial design approach where we select different input cues of different signaling pathways. We organize them using a composite design, and using several system readouts such as gene expression, we can organize the data and model the signaling components and understand how they work at the stem cell level. So when we did this for the human pluripotent stem cells, we studied different soluble activators of signaling pathways, such as the FGF, TGF-beta, and Wnt signaling. We organized these soluble activators in 27 different culture conditions. And as systems readouts, we evaluated gene expression panels for pluripotency, neuroectoderm specification, mesendoderm, mesoderm, and endoderm. And then when we organize the gene expression scores through hierarchical clustering and principal component analysis, we can extract important information. We have also performed modeling based on this scheme. And the first striking result was that when we organize through hierarchical clustering all the different conditions that we tested, we can see that two major clusters emerge. The one on the right is correlated with Wnt signaling activation and is characterized by higher scores in genes related with the mesendodermal lineages. And on the left, you see another cluster that is correlated with no Wnt signaling activation, and this is characterized by higher pluripotency scores and neuroectodermal differentiation. So when we selected the neural ectodermal lineage commitment for modeling, we observed that when there is activation of the Wnt signaling, which is the graphic on the right, we see a decrease on the score of the neuroectoderm. And this basically is correlated with a very significant statistical negative effect of this signaling pathway. And in fact, higher scores of this neuroectoderm lineage were also attained when no other signaling components were activated. And if we look deeper into the Wnt signaling activation, we can see a clear decrease on the gene expression related with the neuroectodermal lineage commitment. And basically, this led us and others to the dual SMAD inhibition protocol. So basically what us and others have found is that when you have human pluripotent stem cells in culture, and if you remove any other signal and inhibit TGF-beta and BMP, the cells will organize themselves into a neuroepithelial sheet of cells that has an apical to basal polarity and the so-called neural rosettes there on the left. And basically, when you apply this dual SMAD signal inhibition protocol, you can generate neural rosettes either in monolayer, 2D monolayer system, in a suspension 3-dimensional aggregates, and even some people have described that if you abolish any other type of signal and just give survival factors, the cells, by a default mechanism, will give rise to the neuroectodermal phase. So we took advantage of this knowledge to engineer the stem cell niche during neural commitment. And we use a microfabricated array of microwells to confine the cells within these microwells. This will force the cells to aggregate into 3-dimensional aggregates, and basically we can then induce the neural induction. This spatial confinement is important because, as you can see there, you have a very narrow distribution of diameter sizes for the aggregates. And this basically prevents not only the aggregates to form big clumps, but also this very narrow distribution controls the niche and can regulate the early commitment steps of the human pluripotent stem cells, particularly by the accumulation of endogenous factors. So what happens within these aggregates, by day 12, they form the neural rosette-like structures. They mark for typical markers of the neuroectoderm. You see an absence of markers of pluripotency. And if you dissociate the aggregates and plate the cells into laminin, you can see that the aggregates will give rise to cells, a neuroepithelial sheet of cells that will mark for neuroectodermal markers such as SOX2, PAX6, and will form organized rosettes with the apical to basal polarity with Z01 expression at the center and the key I67 proliferation marker arising from the center. We can use this system to perform a modeling of the specification of the human pluripotent stem cells into a neuroectodermal lineages using these microengineered niches. What we observe molecularly is a reduction in the pluripotency markers OCT4 and NANOG, an increase in the neuroepithelial markers SOX1 and PAX6. And this not only occurs at the gene level, but also on the left on the protein level, where we have a very high percentage of PAX6 positive cells by day 12 of commitment, either in suspension in static conditions or with dynamic agitation in spinner flasks. So what can we have now? So we have a system, a microwell system, to confine human pluripotent stem cells, induce neural commitment. This neural committed aggregates will have neural progenitors inside that mark for markers of the neuroepithelial cells, such as SOX2 and PAX6. They form neural rosettes, which have apical to basal polarity, given by the Z01 and Ki67 expression. And if you dissociate these aggregates and plate them in laminin, you can further induce neuronal differentiation, and eventually you will give rise to TUJ1 positive neurons and even glial cells, GFAP positive cells. In fact, here on the bottom left graphic, you can see an increase in the content, the neuronal content within our cultures. And after 30 days, it stabilizes and it can go more or less to 80% of neurons towards day 75 and further. Although these neurons are somewhat immature, they already shown some electrophysiological activity. So of course, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So now we have a system where we can produce aggregates, three-dimensional aggregates. We can produce neuroprogenitors inside those aggregates. And now what we can do is pattern those aggregates and produce neuronal populations from different regions of the central nervous system. Of course, we cannot replicate the intricate structure and complex morphology of the human central nervous system, but some of these morphological features and organization can be mimicked in these in vitro three-dimensional cultures. In particularly, this bottom here structure, which is a cerebellum, we can induce this regional specification within our aggregates. And what we have, and this is the last slide, you can't see very well, but okay, I'll try my best. In the bottom panel on the left, on the top panel on the left, you can see the organoids at the neural commitment stage, where they have rosettes that stain positive for POX6 and SOX2. And if you place those organoids in culture and pattern them to the midbrain, in-brain border region, you can see a stratification coming out of these neural rosettes, and you'll have markers typical of these regions. If you further on in culture dissociate those aggregates and place them in laminin, you can even isolate neuronal populations of the cerebellum, which are the Purkinje cells that you can see here on the bottom right, staining positive for calbindin. So with this, I wanted to finish. I just wanted to acknowledge the people that have contributed to this work. Postdoc and PhD students Cláudio Miranda, Teresa Silva, and Tiago Dias. My colleagues Margarida Diogo and Carlos Rodrigues, our group leader Joaquim Cabral, and everyone else at the Stem Cell Bioengineering Lab. Also at our Institute of Bioengineering Biosciences at Técnico Lisboa, and also our collaborators at the Institute of Molecular Medicine, particularly Carmo Fonseca's lab, the funding agencies for funding the work, and most of all of you for paying attention to what I said. So at this moment, I would like to answer your questions.
So we have time for 1 or 2 questions. No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Tiago. So the next presenter will be Marta Costa, also from IST. Her presentation will be small molecules stepping in 3D, cell culture enhancing the homing and angiogenic potential of mesenchymal stem stromal cells.
So good afternoon, everybody. So I'm a PhD student at the Stem Cell and Engineering Group, and today I'd like to present you our work on the use of chemical approaches to modulate the trophic activity of mesenchymal stem cells, particularly when they are cultured as 3D cellular aggregates. So mesenchymal stem cells were first known for their ability to differentiate into different cell types, but they also have an important trophic activity that we can explore in tissue repair processes, because these cells have an important anti-inflammatory effect. They also are involved in angiogenic processes. They can provide chemotatic signals for surrounding cells, and also they have an anti-apoptotic effect. But here we will expose the use of these cells cultured as 3D cell aggregates, because although more conventionally mesenchymal stem cells are cultured on 2D adherent cells to polystyrene, these cells, this way these cells don't mimic the cell-cell interactions and cell extracellular matrix interactions that actually occur in vivo. So in these 3D structures, cells can actually they show higher trophic activity, and also they can survive better when they are implanted in injured tissues. But here we also wanted to explore the use of small molecules. So because with this chemical stimuli, we cannot actually target signaling pathways and hopefully allow our cells to modulate their trophic activity. So in the wounded tissue, we have a very harsh environment. So there we find the inflammation, signals, oxidative stress, and also blood vessel disruption, and cells don't have access to nutrients and oxygen. But hopefully we can try to improve this through the use of the trophic activity of mesenchymal stem cells. And we can also enhance their survival if we culture them as spheroids and we further precondition these cells with, for example, small molecules. And hopefully we can actually heal an injured tissue. So we decided to focus on the IF1 alpha pathway because we know that it targets important genes in angiogenesis. And also, the problem is that under normoxia, so at atmospheric oxygen levels, this enzyme, the PhD enzyme, actually hydroxylates IF1 alpha and targets it for degradation, and we don't have no more our transcription of angiogenic genes. So under hypoxia, we have this PhD enzyme stabilized, and IF1 alpha can actually do its function. And we can mimic this even under normal oxygen tensions at 21% of oxygen by using some PhD inhibitors, and we can then stabilize IF1 alpha. So we decided to use 3 different PhD inhibitors, and we saw that DMOG actually promotes higher secretion of VEGF, which is a very important angiogenic modulator, while we retain the cell survival. So basically, DMOG is a competitive inhibitor of this PhD enzyme and allows IF1 alpha to be stabilized. So we saw that DMOG is not cytotoxic at the concentrations that we use, and actually we see higher glucose uptake and lactate production, showing that the glycolytic pathway is being preferentially used when we use DMOG. So basically, we have 2 different cellular configurations. We have cells grown as 2D monolayer cells, as well as grown as 3D spheroids, and we expose them to 3 different types of stimuli. So our control at 21% of oxygen, under hypoxic condition, 2% of oxygen, and as well, we expose them to 500 micromolars of DMOG. So basically, when we want our cells to actually do its function in an injured tissue, we want, first of all, them to survive there. And we know that in injured tissue, the oxidative stress is quite high, as well as the tissue is inflamed. So we want our cells to survive. And spheroids actually show higher survival when they are exposed to oxidative stress, as well as we observe the higher secretion of TSG6, which is an important anti-inflammatory modulator when cells are cultured as 3D aggregates. So, but we want our cells to survive, but we also want them to adhere and to remodel the extracellular matrix. So we looked for the expression of CXCR4, which is a surface marker involved in adhesion processes, and also we analyzed the expression of MMP2, which is a metalloprotein that actually remodels the extracellular matrix. And we observed that spheroids perform better relatively to their monolayer counterparts. And importantly, if you look on the left graphic, we can observe a cumulative effect when we grow our spheroids under hypoxic conditions or when they are exposed to DMOG. So we then also performed some functional assays. We allowed our spheroids to adhere to a layer of fibronectin, and we observed that if we precondition our spheroids with DMOG, we observe a higher percentage of spheroids adhering to this extracellular matrix component. As well, when we perform a sprouting assay on a matrix gel, we observe that some sproutings coming out of the spheroids. It's hard to see there, but this shows us that the spheroids can actually remodel the extracellular matrix. So we also wanted to assess the angiogenic potential and chemotatic potential of these cells, and we see that both in terms of gene expression and particularly on our ELISA data for the protein secretion of VEGF, over culture time, spheroids are secreting more VEGF, and once again, if we provide hypoxic stimuli or hypoxic mimetic stimuli through the use of DMOG, VEGF is being secreted at higher levels. So we also want to see if this secretion of trophic factors could be maintained after we precondition our cells for 24 hours. So we put our cells either cultured as monolayer or as spheroids in a media, basal media that has no supplementation with FPS or other cytokines that could have been masking the effect of these trophic factors. So we collected this conditioned media after 24 hours and used it to perform some assays with UVEX, which are endothelial cells. And here we can see that both in the tube formation assay and in migration assay, cells in the presence of this conditioned media are able to form a network of tubes and also to migrate to these chemotatic signals provided by the factors that cells were secreting to our media. And cells can actually migrate through a transwell, and we see differences relatively to our basal media. So overall, we can observe that our spheroids are performing better than our monolayer cells in terms of adhesion processes, expression of important trophic factors, and resistance to oxidative stress. And importantly, when we also provide chemical stimuli, we can improve some of these functions. So as main conclusions, we show that spheroids can have here an important trophic activity in these processes that are part of the wound repair overall process, as well as we observe that when we combine the use of both biochemical stimuli, such as the use of DMOG or even hypoxic conditions, with the use of physical stimuli, so here with physical we mean culturing cells as 3D spheroids, we can even potentiate this paracrine potential of mesenchymal stem cells. So overall we know that under hypoxic we have a series of factors that are being secreted and involved in angiogenic and repair processes, and we can actually mimic this even if we are working under normoxic conditions. But if we couple to these biochemical stimuli the use of some physical stimuli provided by these 3D cellular configurations, we can actually potentiate this paracrine potential. So thank you all for your attention. I would like to acknowledge the group leader, Professor Joaquim Cabral, as well as my supervisors and all the members of the stem cell and engineering group. Thank you all for your attention.
So again, we have time for a few questions.
Thank you, Marta, for your presentation. I was wondering, you talked about the use of the small molecules to mimic hypoxic conditions, and you talked about the If1 protein. But there are other If proteins as well that may be involved in the response to hypoxic conditions. Did you actually measure the If1, If2, If3 protein levels in response to your small molecules?
No, actually I did some preliminary assays where I measured If1 alpha, but I didn't look for If2 alpha or If2. So I know If2 is a more, If1 alpha has a very transient expression, and that's what DMOG actually does. It acts in a very transient way. If we remove DMOG from the system, If1 alpha gets degraded again at the regular oxygen tensions.
Any other questions? Well, if not, then I will pass the microphone to Professor Joaquim Cabral for the last presentation.
Thank you, Professor João Lacerda. So we'll come to the last presentation because the sixth one, she's not able to be here today. So it's a pleasure for me to present Rita Azevedo. Rita is a research scientist at João's laboratory at IMM and Faculty of Medicine. I'm sorry not to read the title of yours because I need my glasses.
I'm not going to read it either.
Right, okay.
It's okay.
Thank you, Rita.
Thank you, Professor Joaquim Cabral. So my presentation is going to be a bit different than what we've seen so far because I'm actually not going to present any results. I'm going to talk to you about an ongoing collaborative research project that Professor João Lacerda is coordinating at the IMM and that I am involved in as a postdoc in his group. And so the acronym of this project is T Regeneration. This is an Horizon 2020 funded project that is investigating the use of regulatory T cells as a therapeutic approach for patients with chronic graft versus host disease that is refractory to standard treatment. And so this consortium is going to do this by performing parallel phase 1 clinical trials across Europe. Just to give you a bit of background in hematopoietic stem cell transplantation, we have a patient, usually with an hematological malignancy, that will receive a graft from an HLA-matched donor. In this graft, we will have both donor stem cells and also mature T cells. So once engraftment is successful, in the recipient's periphery, we will have different effector T cells. We will have important protective effector cells, such as pathogen-specific T cells that can protect against infections, and tumor-specific T cells that drive the graft versus leukemia effect and thus hopefully can prevent disease relapse. But we also can have alloreactive T cells. And these cells will recognize the recipient tissues as foreign. And because of mismatches at the level of minor histocompatibility antigens, they will attack recipient tissues. So to keep these effector populations in check, it's important to have a good recovery of the donor regulatory T cell population. It's actually the balance between Tregs and effector T cells after transplant that will determine the outcome of immune tolerance post-transplant. So if you have a poor recovery of Tregs, it is likely that the patient will develop graft versus host disease. That is exactly this attack of recipient tissues by alloreactive T cells. The standard treatment for GVHD is a broad immune suppression that will eliminate this alloreactive reaction, but also will eliminate protective immune responses that we actually want to maintain. So the reasoning for using regulatory T cells as a therapeutic approach is actually to have hopefully a more selective therapy with less deleterious side effects. And so what we do is we go back to the original HLA-matched donor that gave the stem cell graft, and then we take some regulatory T cells from this donor and infuse back in the patient, hoping that these cells will help regenerate tissue and organ damage that was driven by GVHD. So in our consortium, we are using different Treg products, either fresh Tregs, in vitro expanded Tregs, Treg alone, or with other agents. And through a standardized immune monitoring, we want to compare these different approaches because it's a phase 1 clinical trial, first in terms of safety and eventually in terms of efficacy. So these are the partners involved in the consortium. João Lacerda is coordinating the consortium. Then we have other clinical trials being performed in Regensburg, Liège, and Bologna. And we have non-clinical partners in Berlin and Liverpool, and a third party that is also performing a clinical trial in Boston. So just to look at the project at a glance, we have 5 parallel clinical trials, phase 1 clinical trials, 5+1 actually, so 1 in acute GVHD, 4+1 in chronic GVHD. Each center will purify and perform the immune monitoring independently, and then some aspects are going to be centralized. So at the IMM, we are going to check for tissue regeneration and chronic GVHD biomarkers by multiplex, and this will be done for the whole consortium. And at Berlin and Max Planck and Alacris, the next generation sequencing of the infused Tregs is going to be performed for the whole consortium as well. As for data analysis, in Liverpool, the statistical analysis is going to be performed both for the clinical and lab data of the whole consortium. So these are the work packages of the project and how they all interlink. I'm going to start with the first one of Treg production. There are different approaches that we are going to use. Most of the centers, including ours, is going to use the standard Clinimax purification, where you first deplete CD8 T cells and B cells, and then you do a positive selection of CD25 cells. But also, one of our partners in Regensburg is going to use expanded Tregs. First, he does a Clinimax purification, then he sorts the naive Tregs, and then he expands them in vitro before infusing them. Just to show you an example of a Clinimax Treg purification that we did here at the IMM and Hospital Santa Maria. And so we start with leukapheresis that has a small proportion of Tregs. Then we deplete the the B cells and the CD8 T cells, and then we do a positive selection of CD25, and we do have a very good enrichment of CD25 positive, FOXP3 positive Tregs after Clinimax. And with these numbers, we are actually able to obtain the yield that is sufficient for the Treg doses that we want to infuse. Next, the clinical trials themselves. This is the primary endpoint since it's a phase 1, it's the safety, and to establish the maximum tolerated dose of Tregs. And the secondary endpoints is the feasibility, so if we are actually able to have the Treg numbers sufficient for our trial, and the clinical response up to 1 year post-infusion. These are the doses that are going to be performed in the different trials. Just to tell you that in ours, the first 2 doses have been completed, so we've treated 10 patients so far. And in July, we are going to treat the first patient of the last dose. So with all these clinical trials, it is important then to check how the patients are responding, not only in clinical terms, but also in immune monitoring. The first step is to check tissue regeneration in these patients. And so we are collecting at all these time points, both pre-infusion, the product itself, and all these time points post-infusion, we collect serum and whole blood samples, and we check for multiplex analysis of tissue regeneration and GVHD biomarkers, next generation sequencing of clonotypes, and flow cytometry immune monitoring. We are also biobanking other samples at similar time points for future analysis. In terms of the immune monitoring by flow cytometry, this is the panel that we are performing in fresh whole bloods for all the patients in all those time points. It looks into absolute counts, T and NK cells, B cells, dendritic cells, and it looks into Treg and T-cons in terms of naive and memory subsets, proliferation, apoptosis, and this is ongoing. Then this is going to be performed at the IMM for the whole consortium. The first step of the multiplex analysis is being performed, and it's the development of a custom kit of Luminex that will encompass all these markers that are associated with GVHD, chronic GVHD, and with tissue damage. And so this is not commercially available yet. It's being developed specifically for our consortium, and we are going to use it in our patients. We are also going to check for standard homeostatic, pro-inflammatory, and suppressive cytokines in the same samples. Then the next generation sequencing is actually a very important task of our consortium, and it's going to be performed at Max Planck and Alacris. And so what we want to do is to compare the clonotypes that are present in the patient, both pre and post-infusion, and compare this with the clonotypes that are present in the infused product. We are purifying both Tregs and T-cons and CD8 T cells to check for these clonotypes. And some of the questions that we want to answer is if these clonotypes that we infuse actually persist in the patient after infusion, and for example, if some of the Tregs that we infuse then change to an effector phenotype. So some of the challenges of our consortium are to first determine which Treg cell product is more efficient and safest, which is the Treg dose that we should use. We don't want to use a Treg dose that is so small that won't have any effect, but we also have to be aware of the risk of a broad immune suppression with Tregs. And the classification of chronic GVHD in the clinical setting is very difficult, and so it's difficult to have a standardized classification of the patients throughout the consortium. And also the response to treatment may be delayed, and that's why we are monitoring our patients up to 1 year post-infusion to make sure that we don't miss a delayed response. So just to finish, I'd like to acknowledge, of course, everyone in the T Regeneration Consortium, Milton Biotech for providing us with the kits to purify Tregs, everyone at J. Lacerda Lab, past and present, that have been involved in this project, and all the clinical teams in Hospital Santa Maria and DPO do Porto. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita, for your excellent presentation and also overview of this important project. So we have time for questions. Margarida.
Thank you very much, Rita. It's not a question about the specificities of the work, but nowadays everybody is struggling to get funded by the European Union. So can you comment on what do you think were the very positive aspects of this project that allowed it to be funded in nowadays? What do you think?
Wow, that's a very big question. I think a lot of naivety was very important. I don't think we were aware of the complexity of the process itself, so we just went into it very optimistic and then the challenges just kept on coming as we went. But I think it's just a question of having a very clear question to answer, to get the right partners, and just really to get the European jargon just right. So that's very important to have someone to help you out with the templates and how the European Commission likes a proposal to be structured. But honestly, it was just a very clear question in the right subsets of the theme. So it was tissue regeneration, and that's how we wrote the project. It's how can Tregs help regenerate tissues, and the right clinical partners. I think that was it. I think it was João getting the right partners, honestly, and then just going for it. No, João couldn't make it to a meeting in Cologne where everyone was going to talk about Treg therapy, and I went in his behalf. And when we started to look for partners, I just went through the presentation and saw everyone who had presented in terms of Treg therapy, and João just started contacting people, and that's how we went. Thank you.
Any other question? If not, I'd like to thank Rita again for your excellent presentation. And also, this is the end of our session. I invite João Lacerda to come here with me as well. But I think that those were examples, I should say, of the different work that has been performed at our university. Of course, there are much more groups working on stem cell and regenerative medicine and precision medicine with different aspects. So today is only to show you what has been so far done in some of those cases. Thank you for your participation, and looking forward to meet you again, maybe before 1 year from now. Okay, thanks.
The most beautiful experience we can have is the mysterious. It is the fundamental emotion that stands at the cradle of true art and true science.
English. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for staying for this session, which knowing the presentation by hand, because I probably have seen it at least twice, I can assure you we're going to have a very good time, a very interesting time. My name is Amilcar Moreira. I'm a researcher from the Institute of Social Sciences of the University of Lisbon, where I work at the Institute of Aging. I'm also coordinating a project which aims to create a living lab for development of assistive technologies at the University of Lisbon, in the region of Lisbon. And I'm very happy to present to you Alexandre Bernardino, who is assistant professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico at the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering, and a senior researcher at the Computer and Robot Vision Laboratory of the Institute of Systems and Robotics at Técnico. He has participated in several national and international research projects, both as a principal investigator and technical manager. He has published over 100 research papers. Well, that's quite impressive for a sociologist like me. I think I'll reach 100 when I die, close to that. More than 100 research papers on top journals and peer-reviewed conferences in the field of robotics, vision, and cognitive systems. He is also associate editor of Journal of Frontiers in Robotic and Artificial Intelligence, and of major robotic conferences, ICRA, IROS. He is the chair of the IE Portugal Areas chapter, and he's also a member of the Altur project, which I'm very happy that he is. And so I'll give the floor to you.
Thank you. So thank you very much for the nice presentation, and also I thank very much the organization of the session. I hope you had an interesting day of conference and interactions, and I hope to also give you some ideas for possible collaborations among the UL. I think this topic that I'm presenting today is very exciting, is very multidisciplinary, and to do some collaborations that mix several disciplines and come up with nice applications for health and assisted living, which is mostly the application that I'm considering today. Okay, so my name is Alex Bernardino. As Amilcar mentioned, yes, presentation, not maybe a short version of it. I have some news to the, so I've presented a short version of it in the last April in the sports faculty, also integrated in the conference of the health network. So let me talk a little bit about my research group, and with this I also want to acknowledge all the people that are working in our institute, because a lot of work that I'm presenting here today is not only mine, it's from many people in the institute. This is the group at the VisLab team, so the Computer and Robot Vision Lab, where I am a co-PI, so Professor José Santos Vitor is the PI. Those are two of our robots, and a part of the team is there. We have four professors from the Department of Electrical Engineering at IST, about 5 to 6 postdocs, the number changes, and more than 15 doctoral students. And so our topics are on the topics that link computer vision and perception in general to robotics and advanced automation systems. So I want to put this diagram here, maybe to give you a better idea of how these different number of institutions are mixed and what are our links inside UL. So as you know, UL has several faculties, etc. I didn't have space to put them all here, so I'm sorry if you are from the etc. box. But these are the ones from which we collaborate most. And then IST has a set of research institutes that are clustered together with an institute in Madeira, from the University of Madeira, in the associate lab LARCIS. And then at ISR we have several groups. I'm going to talk mostly about the work done by my group, but also we'll present some nice results from social robotics from the Intelligent Robot Systems group. Okay, so the outline of the talk will be the following. So briefly introduce the topic of social robotics. It's a very fashionable topic nowadays, although there is not a precise definition of it. The definition is always changing as new technology arises, but I'll try to give my definition. Then I will focus on social robots for health and assisted living, which is probably the topic of most interest for this audience. And then I'll talk about several projects that are ongoing at the UL, most of them from IST, but I also will give a couple of words about the Altur project, which Emilcar will be very pleased. And then I will conclude and try to motivate some discussion about possible collaborations. So my definition of social robots is the following. So they are robots that assist humans through social interaction. I mean, through emotional bond, through implicit communication cues with humans. So this doesn't exclude completely the robots that aid in terms of physical tasks, but always an emotional bond is necessary to facilitate the introduction of these robots in the population in general. So here are some examples. I'll give you some more examples and videos about nice modern social robots, but they have been used in education to promote interactions in schools, in daily life to give warnings to people and to remind them of their tasks. Also in rehabilitation as coaches to perform some rehabilitation exercises, and also as companions for people that live in isolation or have needs of some company. So there are now the replacement of some pets. Okay. Okay, just some historical curiosities about the beginnings of social robots, or I mean robots with a humanoid form. Of course, this has always been a dream from people from ancient ages to have machines that behave as servants or as helpers. So the first one I could find is this one from 1868. It's using steam energy to have a mechanical system pull a cart, so he walks automatically. Then in 1910, a German robot was built of springs, so by, like in the clocks, by rolling the springs and then letting them release the energy, the robot was able to play music, play trumpet. And then after 1929, some electric devices emerged, some more used or more envisaging uses in domestic applications, some for entertainment, dancing, and some that talk, that interact with people. So all these robots, of course, were experimental. They were driven by imagination, by inspiration of people that want to progress in the direction of having these machines that behave and can interact with humans. So modern days are much more exciting. The area of social robots is blossoming. So since 2010, many, I would say, hundreds of prototypes have been developed. They, as I'll try to motivate here, they are not as functional as people may think when we talk about these systems. So they are still very experimental. They can do some interesting applications, but still at a very narrow scope. But as technology is progressing, the pace is going to grow fast, and we'll soon see many of these robots doing interesting stuff in the society and in institutions. These are, basically they all have nice design shapes so that they create this emotional bond. Also in terms of movements, they are very smooth and human-like. Some devices have inspiration on the new speech technologies to interact with people. At home you may know the Amazon Echo Dot or the Google an analog that allow people to talk to it and to interact via speech. Some of these also do this type of interaction, but additionally they can follow the person, they can take pictures, they can share information in the social networks. So they are becoming marketable, and people at home can benefit from them. So I'll just present 2 examples that are important in this domain. One robot that has driven a lot of attention and success is the Pepper robot. So this is a robot that is produced by a Japanese company, Soft Robotics, that bought the French Aldebaran. So in fact, the origins of this robot are in Europe. And I'll show a brief video that shows what these robots can do nowadays. And probably you'll be disappointed, but this is the state of the art now. Okay? So I'll leave the sound on because...
There's been a lot of debate about what tasks robots are best suited for out in the real world. The answer, it seems, at least for the time being, are the most mundane. The Pyramid Tap Room in Oakland International Airport just hired a humanoid robot named Pepper as a greeter and pitchman. While the Japanese public are familiar with machines in such roles in megacities like Tokyo, we're here to see how Americans are reacting to one of the first US deployments.
Could you tell me where the nearest restroom is?
You can find the closest restrooms after the restaurant on the left.
Okay, I can see it. Thank you.
Do you want to see something else?
How about coffee?
There are 2 conveniently located Starbucks nearby.
Let's say you have 5 seconds from about maybe 5 feet to make an impression.
Right.
This technology does that so much better than any signage would ever do, that any other sort of kiosk would ever do. The technology allows for it to recognize people and in effect call them over.
Hey, how's it going? What do you think of my presentation?
How long before this technology transitions to something that's commonplace? Because most of the interaction we're seeing right now is, oh, I've never seen that before, it's cute, I want to take a selfie.
When you can connect the types of things that people are already familiar with, a tablet, speaking to your technology.
How do I get to baggage claim?
With a form factor like this, it's not going to be very long before it becomes very pervasive.
Thank you.
The humanoid form factor is what SoftBank hopes will separate Pepper from the other voice-activated devices in the market like Siri and Echo.
It's got 2 arms. The arms are meant more to speak to us, to gesticulate, right? And that creates some empathy. It takes, I think, a couple moments for them to realize that it's meant for them to engage with it.
Pepper is an impressive piece of hardware that's good at attracting a crowd, but I couldn't help wishing it could do more than just very basic tasks. For now, Pepper's duties may not seem too exciting, but the company seems confident that this is only the first step in fulfilling its original vision of a robot in every home.
Okay, so I'd like to highlight 2 things here. So the first one is that, in fact, the narrator realizes that the robot cannot do much, right? So it can help people finding the bathroom or the coffee. It can do very basic interaction skills. The other thing that I'd like to highlight is that people are really interested in the robot, even though it's a bit limited in terms of the services that it can provide. This is something interesting because people have really the need to have devices that interact with them in a daily basis, and they accept these things even if they don't do much yet. It remains to be seen if this will happen when the robots will become more useful and more widespread in the society, because this may be a kind of a surprise effect and a novelty effect, but time will say. So still on the general purpose robots, social robots, I'd like to present one work that is actually from our group. This was when it started with an autonomous project from a student, but then came up to be published. So our student Pedro Vicente got married 2 years ago, and he decided to use a robot at its wedding. So let's see. So the robot is
Please give me the reins.
of the ring bearer.
Estamos à espera do brinde das alianças. Circular e agora.
Okay, so again, the robot was doing nothing very special, so it was pre-programmed to do the task. But anyway, people enjoyed the experience a lot. Actually, one of the interesting results of the study was that, so Pedro divided the study in two. So one group of people had attended to the wedding, and another group did not attend to the wedding. And initially, the people that did not attend to the wedding, when confronted with the question, would you use a social robot in your wedding? They said immediately no. So most of the people said no, no way. But then after they see the video, they changed completely their minds. So this is interesting in the point of view that a bigger exposition of people to the technology will relax the negative feelings that sometimes people still have against robots. Okay, so, but now we are interested in robots that do more interesting stuff, right? With real applications to health and assisted living. And there have been a series of studies, although mostly in prototype robots, that show real benefits of this technology in some cases. So for instance, one very successful case is this robot here called Paro, that has been used very successfully as therapy for people with dementia. And from the consequence of this research, one book has come out about changing the culture for dementia care that clearly suggests a bigger use of these robots. So I'll show also a kind of a small video about the interaction with this robot, but then robots have also been shown to have positive results in promoting physical exercise. So the physical presence of a robot is more engaging for a person to follow a certain exercise prescription. Also, these robots have been used as guides in assisted living facilities for the promotion of social interactions and also to monitor fall detections, which is a serious problem that care institutions have to deal with on a daily basis. So this Paro robot, I really want to show it. It's very interesting. It is, well, a very concrete case of demonstrated benefits in the use of these robots for people with dementia.
ParaSeal is a therapeutic robot that is used to engage people living with dementia. The benefits of the ParaSeal are that it engages the person living with dementia, and it gives them the opportunity to give and receive unconditional love, and in so doing increases their sense of well-being, which is essential for person-centred care.
Well, some days that Lee has a bad day, she will isolate herself in her own room. She won't come out and interact with other residents because she gets a bit agitated. When Lee becomes agitated, we will bring out Paro, our interactive seal, and she will sit there and quietly pat him and interact with him, talk with him, and it seems to just calm her down.
There's lots of reasons why Paro works. First, it's his cuteness. That's the first visual contact they have. Then the touch is so important, and that he responds to their touch. So it's all these nurturing feelings that come out in the residents. And then of course stroking him, they settle. We have minimal behaviours there. If a behaviour has escalated, Paro can come in and de-escalate that behaviour, and it continues on. It's not just while he's there, it has a flow-on effect. We do have a pet therapy program. However, Paro fits that bill and more. One of the reasons is because with a pet, their emotions do come into play, or a resident may have had a nasty experience with an animal, where Paro is non-confrontational, no preconceived ideas, and he's there responding for as long as they want.
Paro has been used by a number of facilities with people in various stages of dementia, and the results have been fantastic. And we're really pleased that people are really engaging with Paro and enjoying and getting greater benefit from their life.
So I had one, I hold one of these robots once, and it's really cute. It shakes. Sometimes if you eat it too strongly, it cries a little bit. So it's a really nice experience. And I mean, so sometimes promotional videos exaggerate a little bit. In this case, I wouldn't say so, because there are really nice studies that show the benefits of this robot. The other thing I want to add is that the robot has a nice sucker device for charging the batteries. So you can put the sucker in his mouth to charge the batteries. Okay, so another recent, and this is also commercial development, is on the use of the Now robot for the promotion of exercise. So again, this is a robot built by the same company that built Pepper, but a company, Zora Robots, developed a lot of interesting applications for it that are now being used in many elderly centers. So in this case, the robot demonstrates the exercises.
Every week, seniors at the Colony Club Assisted Living Community in Sunrise gather around a young girl who can sing, dance, lead them in exercise, and even tell stories. But Zora is no ordinary little girl. She is a robot designed specifically to appeal to the senior set.
You want to stimulate all the time the residents, and you want to create all the time new things, so that's why I was interested in Zora.
I love her. I think she's adorable. It's amazing that she sings and she can talk and move.
You can see the difference with the resident here. They can talk to her directly.
Like a doll, can speak.
Tonight for dinner, it will be a vegetable soup.
I just think it's great to see something like that, you know, just moving every which way that I can't move anymore like that, but almost, you know, makes you want to move like that. Wish I could do that again. I could never do that really, though, you know.
We have therapists here, and they give very good classes, but it isn't as much fun as with Zora.
Zora the robot was designed by engineers in Belgium and doesn't come cheap, with a sales price of $17,000. Colony Club owners say they are the first assisted living facility in the United States to invest in Zora, and so far she's been a huge hit.
We need it. It's good for us.
See you later, alligator.
Okay, so again, this robot, despite not doing that much, it's really enthusiastic for people that use it, and it creates a nice spirit, nice group spirit on this community. Another thing that you may have noticed, that all these robots have always a person that is turning on the robot, is helping the robot to do the task. So these robots are not taking jobs from no one right now. So I'll skip this video because we have seen Pepper, but Pepper has also been adapted by this Zora robot company to be used as an hospital receptionist. So instead of being standing in front of a place helping or answering people's questions, now Zora can move along the hospital and guide people to certain locations. I'll just show another video that is a different kind of robot. So this robot also actually has physical assistance to people. It's used in an application that is very much demanded by clinics, hospitals, and care institutions, is to old people, lift them from the bed, from the seats. And it's the only case
a robot bear for elderly care. It includes actuator units with a very low gear ratio, allowing the joints to move very quickly and precisely. The robot incorporates 3 types of sensors, including torque sensors and Rubbermaid tactile sensors, which allows for gentle movements.
This is from a Japanese university. Okay, so but let's stop talking about technology from abroad. Let's talk about Portuguese technology. And many social robots have been also developed here in Portugal, in the University of Lisbon, mainly in AST. So I'll talk briefly about some of them. So this is the iCub robot that we have in our lab. So it was the result of a European project. These are early prototypes of the iCub that we have developed since we built the head and developed computer vision algorithms for the project. This is Vizi, our social robot, and this is Gasparzinho robot from some colleagues, also from ISR, that I will also show some demonstrations. And now, so I'm going to talk about these several projects that have been up and running in University of Lisbon. And the first one is the one that I am actually running right now. It's called the AA project. It's Augmented Human Assistance. And it's a CMU Portugal program, so it's funded by the FCT, and it has the participation from UL, IST, and sports faculty, and also some companies, Plux, Wide Dreams Robotics. There's a Nova University also, and MITI from the University of Madeira. Okay, so here the idea is to enrich the kind of social robotics platforms that we have nowadays that can be more effective in engaging people, in monitoring them in their daily lives, and providing additional services. So as we have seen in the state-of-the-art robots, the service that they can provide is still not very advanced, so we are working on the direction of providing more services. And so this project entails a combination of a social robotic platform, which is our Vizi robot, augmented reality components. So the augmented reality is a way to enlarge the world with virtual elements. So we use projections in the environment to give added dimension to the interaction. Also games. Gamification of some of the activities is interesting because people feel more engaged and more interested in executing their tasks or their exercises. It also incorporates coaching techniques. So the robot is able to talk to the person and incentivate her to do the exercises. And then a lot of sensors that we have to integrate on these platforms, and also precise fitness protocols and exercise protocols that are provided by the sports faculty. So mainly the motivation is twofold. So we want to fight sedentarism, so we want to promote exercise. Sedentarism is a real problem and the fourth main factor of worldwide mortality. And also for the rehabilitation of motor deficits. So some of these tasks can be used for rehabilitation of stroke people. And this is a serious problem also in economic terms. Okay. There are some numbers from the US, but in Portugal it should be proportional to the scale, because Portugal also has a not nice, but a big incidence of stroke. So let me introduce first to the robotic platform. So I'll focus basically on two aspects, the robotic platform and the games, which are, let's say, the more mediatic and the more exciting, more visible. And so this is a platform that we have been developing for the last 5 years. We had a lot of help from people from design, from the Faculty of Architecture, from the ad designers, to have a platform that is really interesting and engaging for the people. So it has a lot of success among the young people. There's a Facebook page if you want to like it. And so now with this project we are testing its use on the elderly population. So here are some of the skills that we have developed in robots since its beginnings. So during the AHA project we have developed some skills, but here I leave you with some of the skills. So it can track objects, locate them, fixate them, grasp. It can respond to gestures. So here the robot is just making head gestures depending on the gestures of the user. It can track people and recognize people even if they are dressing very similar clothes. So in this case the distinguishing factor was that one of the persons was using shorts. Here some demonstration of the robot tracking people. This is a kind of simulation of an exercise scenario. So these are researchers from IST, not actual patients. But so the robot is tracking the people dressed in black, and you can see here some of the measurements taken from its motion. Here some interfaces that we have also developed and you can use to interact with robots. So in this case,
show me the meeting room.
Show me the meeting room. So here there is an help from mobile devices, but this is kind of common. People can use mobile devices to interact with the robot. So the robot is showing the meeting room to the user. So here is requesting a new command.
Sorry, I got lost.
Show me the bathroom.
Show me the bathroom.
Go to the bathroom.
So here the robot is working as a guide. And there it is, the bathroom.
This is the bathroom.
Actually, it's the ladies' bathroom, but the robot cannot yet detect the gender of the subject. And now I'm showing some of the technologies that are being developed by the University of Madeira on virtual and augmented reality games. So virtual reality games are games where the user plays in a virtual environment. So a computer game is a kind of a virtual reality game. An augmented reality game is where the user plays in the real world, but things are augmented with virtual elements, in this case projections. And there are some studies that show the benefit of using these augmented reality components for having an extra involvement of the person in the game. So the system that we are using to play these games right now is this platform. So this is the timeline of the project. I'll show you some more details about this platform that projects the games. So next year we'll have this in the robot projecting the game. So the size of the projectors also have been decreasing. So this helps integration. In the beginning, we had just the sensor and the projector doing some very basic demonstrations. But now we have a nice platform that it's portable. So the dimension, so it's foldable. We can fold the platform, and actually the dimensions are ideal for transporting in my car boot. So you can take these to end users very easily. So when unfolded, it has all the elements for the interaction and for the projection of the games. And we are also developing a nice cover for the system. So here are some tests that we have done late last year. Here is at a care center, day center in Lisbon, Viva Vite. So they were nice and let us do some preliminary tests on the platform. So this is Mr. Joaquim. He's 92-year-old and still moves like a young man. So you may recognize this game. This is a kind of a Pong game mixed with the arcade game. And so Mr. Joaquim was very
Não falha, temos que pôr mais rápido isto.
And we really had to stop and go away, otherwise you would be playing there till today. So what was interesting in these heuristic tests? So in general, people like and are interested in participating. There are a few people that initially have some reluctance, but then because of the group activity, they start being engaged. And even though they are not playing, they are interested, they are commenting, they are entertained. And some people really enjoy it. This was in Lati, day center in Setúbal. And he missed the game completely, but he was having a lot of fun. And it's another use for robotics. I mean, the group spirit and the entertainment factor is also important to consider, because many times these people are in these centers just sitting in front of the television and having an easy way to let them come out from the chairs and do some movements is very important for the sedentarism problem. Okay, right now we have new games. So I'd like to show you some new games of the project. These games are developed by Sergi in MITI and his team. They are experts in augmented reality and design for games. And these games have been designed with several training purposes in mind. Some are more directed to exercise flexibility and trunk strength, some other for arm strength mobility, some other for aerobic endurance, some other for balance. I'm not showing the balance one here because we still don't know if it's good to use games that may lead people to have falls. But let me show you so the game. So all these games have some regional inspiration. This one is inspired in touristic activity in Madeira that is carros de cestos. So people go into a cart made of vine, and then the cart is driven by people on the sides. So it's really vertigo doing this kind of activity. So here the people has to control the cart based on the inclination of the trunk. So it's for the flexibility and trunk control. So let me move to the, sorry, I have to do it like this. So this one is inspired in wine-related activities. So here the person is doing arm exercises, both to control the rockabilly and to get the barrel from one side of the river. Exercise is more than and so here the exercise is arm strengthening. This one here is also related to the wine. So the wine is here dominant in this kind of game. So the person is stepping on the grapes to make wine. So he has to make a kind of a rosé wine. So it needs a nice blend between the white grapes and the red grapes. And so it has to step a lot in the same place, and so this exercise is for aerobics component. And here the same game, but in a collaborative playing. So it can be collaborative or competitive. This is also interesting because people have to like to collaborate and to compete to see which one can make more wine. So this we expect this also to have interesting success among the elderly populations. In fact, Sergi has done also some heuristic tests in Madeira, and the games are very interesting for people. We just have now to have the proper trials and publish the results. Okay, so let me now briefly introduce one of the components of the A project. This component is developed by our partners in the CMU. So they have developed an artificial intelligent dialogue system that motivates the person to perform the exercises, and in this case are exercises for stroke rehabilitation. So here in this case, the robot asks the person to get ready and to perform the exercise.
Continuous mode enabled, 10 repetitions.
Then
Starting capture.
Monitors the execution of the exercise while showing at the same time how it should be done. So in this case, in the right we have a demonstrator.
Which is your favorite sport?
Then it has
capture.
a dialogue system that sometimes asks
That was too
related
fast.
questions to assess
Try
if the
again,
person
but
is
slower.
engaged or not.
Starting capture.
Then in the end it provides a score.
What is your star sign? Starting capture. What is your best pastime?
And the scores are
Continuous mode disabled.
So these scores are not the actual scores. These scores are adaptively configured to both not demotivate the person. If the scores are very low, then the person may get demotivated, nor to make it too easy. So if the score is always the top, people think it's too easy, so it will stop doing the exercise. So we also have some work that may be interesting to put in the robots. It's not yet integrated, but it's some work from Professor Santos Victor. He has been working also with an institute in Belgrade for monitoring and diagnosis of Parkinson patients. So basically he has developed some metrics that were inspired in actual metrics used by doctors to measure asymmetry in movements and shake in the movement And from these metrics, it is possible to classify the different stages of the Parkinson disease on these patients. And this is published result. I forgot to have here the reference, but so there are studies that show that this can be a nice aid to the doctors. Okay. So let me now talk a little bit about the Monarch project from my colleague Professor João Sequeira. So probably you have seen this robot. It has shown also in several media, and was used in the IPO together in the child section, and the purpose of the robot is entertainment to the children that have to pass this experience. So this robot.
Este robô é um robô cuja única função é interagir socialmente com as pessoas. É um projeto europeu que envolve o Instituto Superior Técnico, que coordena, e mais, neste momento, 8 instituições portuguesas e europeias. O consórcio idealiza o robô, depois é construído pela empresa. Neste caso, a IDMind e a Selftech nos ajudam imenso a concretizar isto. Digamos, toda a parte de tecnologia, materiais, vem, digamos, da criatividade das nossas empresas. Como diz, é uma ligação muito interessante entre a academia e o mundo empresarial.
Tudo o que é lúdico é terapêutico. Pronto, não terapêutico no sentido direto, mas terapêutico no sentido do envolvimento, de uma melhor qualidade de vida, de um melhor estar, de um maior bem-estar, de uma maior possibilidade da criança ser criança e usufruir de tudo aquilo que lhe permita, no fundo, exercer o seu estar de criança. Nesta altura dos gadgets e da informática e das diversas ocupações, é que de facto esta pode ser um gadget, chamemos-lhe assim, estamos a diminuí-lo, que reúne, em vez de ser um gadget que promove a solidão de cada um com o seu. Portanto, poderá ser a tecnologia a reunir crianças e não a isolá-las cada uma no seu pequeno ecrã.
So I'll skip this because of time issues, but I mean, you got the idea. So another project that is running right now on the CMU Portugal project is run by my colleague Professor Francisco Melo. It's the Inside project and targets the use of these robots for therapeutic sessions with children with autism. So it is known that children with autism have an aptitude for interacting with robots. And so there are some studies that show this effect, and clinicians believe that this has a therapeutic effect. So some of the interaction studies that have been done are related to gameplay. So the children and the robot have to perform a collaborative test. So the children have to collaborate with the robot to perform the test. So in this case, looking for, okay, so the children has to help the robot to overcome the obstacles.
Já está a conseguir o robô muito bem.
Conseguiste? Olha. Fantástico.
Okay. So another project that is starting right now, so no nice videos yet, but it's a project for having robots at homes of people in elderly homes. And so this is the Rockin project. It promotes a series of competitions with certain specified scenarios that several teams in Europe and internationally have to program their robots to complete. And so by this competitive mechanism, there are expected progresses in the technology and in the algorithms. So here, so we have installed in ISR, set up a scenario like this here. So there are a lot of IKEA furniture now in the 8th floor of ISR. But so all the site is instrumented with tracking devices to be able to do the benchmarking for the competition. Okay, and to finish the portfolio of projects from the University of Lisbon, it's my pleasure to present the Alter project run by Dr. Milcar Moreira from ICS, and which involves very interesting partners that deal with assistive robots for in health institutions and for assisted living for more than 15 years. So our partners in Leuven and Maastricht, they have these living labs where universities and care institutions work together to develop the products. Actually, PhD students from the university have to spend one day a week in the care institutions, and this is the way to understand what are the needs and what are interesting applications to deploy on these sites. It's also interesting because the person that habitate on these centers see the engineers, see the robots, and they get acquainted to the technology, and this reduces the gap between the user and the technology. And Lisbon University is coordinating the project with very nice outcomes. Okay, so I think it's time to draw some conclusions and open the session for questions. So what I wanted to say, to convey to you today, and the take-home message is that social robots are really going fast. You can see that every month a new robotic platform is being developed or on design. So many of these platforms are funded by the crowdfunding mechanism. So there are announcements for all the community to put some money on these projects to make these robots. Some of them are there. You can buy one to have at home. The applications in health and assisted living are highly demanded by the professionals because there is a shortage of care professionals in the institutions, and also many elderly people live in isolation in their homes. Okay, so this is not a problem of replacing jobs because there are a shortage of jobs on that area. And then that the University of Lisbon has excellent resources to develop the area. So we have many people in engineering, medicine, sports, psychology, business, etc. Maybe law also, because of the regulations. And we already have a good record of international projects that can leverage future collaborations and trigger new calls, new proposals to funds that we have to bring to Portugal. So thank you very much for your attention.
We promised a bit of fun, and I think Alexandre absolutely delivered. This was fun and very informative. So we have, I think, close to 10 minutes for any questions or comments that you might want to submit to the floor. So the floor is open for questions. So I'll draw one, just get things started. I think the last part of your presentation is actually very important in the sense of how these platforms can be the focus point for very multidisciplinary collaborations, right? One of the areas I'm particularly interested in is how you deal with the part, so you have, like, if you look at ICT and people work, our colleagues at the Faculty of Sciences who do all this work about human-computer interaction. I know they collaborate with the Faculty of Psychology to try to improve the way their algorithms improve interaction with users. But how do you guys work with the robot-human interaction? How do you structure the rationale, the algorithms? How does that work?
Yeah, so in fact, the psychology, the faculty of psychology can really play an important role here. So as Amilcar said, all these technologies that have to be used with humans, they require a lot of knowledge of the human profiles, how humans respond to the systems, how humans can learn or can make synergy with the robot to perform certain tasks. And so in fact, we have started for a couple of years some contacts with psychologists in Portugal. In the past, we have collaborated with psychologists abroad in other countries, maybe because international projects force that. But we are now actually proposing some joint PhD students for dealing with more personalization of the robots to the individuals. So what you have seen here today are stereotyped behaviors that the robots display for any person, but really need to personalize to understand the needs, the personalities, the intents of each individual and customize the behavior of the robot for those individuals.
So we have one question from the floor.
Alexandre, probably if you clarify for the audience, I know how it's done, but just to clarify for the audience, the interdisciplinarity inside your team, because it's not only a bunch of engineers looking at fancy algorithms and fancy mechanics, it's much more than that.
Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yes, when you see robots built by engineers alone, they are like fridges with wheels, so they really don't attract any human to interact with them. So really you need designers, you need people that think about the product, about the interaction, and I think I mentioned in the talk we had a lot of collaborations with people from design, but I mean also mechanics. We had people from the mechanics department building some parts of these robots, and really need electrical engineers, computer scientists, designers. So in the case of our project, sports scientists. You need psychologists to understand these interaction aspects. So it's really a multidisciplinary field, and that's why I think the University of Lisbon has here an opportunity to maybe not only this field of study, but in other fields of study to collaborate and to really gather the synergies and the critical mass that we have to target projects that make an impact.
I'm sure you must also have people working on the language part and the communication, interaction through language. So some of the questions that I have in that regard are, for example, do you have plans to have voice databases so that users can choose the voice that they like to interact with, or it's not just the voice, for example, the accent. So if you are from the north, or from Minho, or from Porto, or if you are from Alentejo, probably you would like to have a robot communicating with you with your particular accent. And I could mention many other examples.
Yes, thank you for the question. Yeah. So in the Insight project that I mentioned from my colleague Francisco Melo, there is a company called Voice Interaction from spin-off from Inesc ID that is working on those topics. So right now you can see many speech production and speech recognition engines from big companies, Google, Apple, etc., but they are not customized for the Portuguese. There are just a couple of tools that can recognize and produce the Portuguese, but they have very few, as you say, dialects. So that's really an interesting thing to do. But I'm afraid because I'm not working specifically on that topic, I'm not aware of the existence of one of those products, but it would really be very interesting for interacting with
Let me
people.
just say, because we are in University of Lisbon, that the language sciences groups do have databases and material and about Portuguese and the different dialects, the different regions, not just about words and syntax, phrase structure, but also about sounds, sound differences that would be relevant, I believe.
Thanks a lot for the suggestion, and I want to pick you after the meeting to discuss this. Thanks.
Any more questions? I have one more, which is we might have discussed this earlier. Before the session started, I was mentioning to Chandra that a year ago in Germany, I was bequested by a hour and a half, almost 2 hours presentation of over 200 models of service robots being developed around the world. One person's presenting 200 models of robots, which I thought, okay, this is gaining a lot of traction here. Now, not concerned, but I'm trying to understand, like, as the focus is so big, there's a lot of people working on this, and how this will translate into the rhythm of innovation. And that depends on basically whether developments are still very much patented. So people are working on patent basis rather than sharing. How is that working in your particular field of research?
Yeah, so I'm not very familiar with the commercial exploitation issues on the field, but what I can say is that, well, my feeling is that we are still on an exploratory phase for development of products. So people, when they build a robot, they don't really know if it will be nice or not. So when the Japanese ATR Institute, they built the Paro, they had no idea. And many people build robots based on feelings of what they like, but then when they try with humans, they may not be interesting. So I think a new science, or maybe not a science, but a new field of design guidelines for social robots has to emerge to let people have a better idea of what works in certain scenarios and what's not working. So even this idea of having a humanoid robot has been pushed to the limit, and so many robots are really look like human, but because they are not exactly humans, they trigger a strange feeling of uncanniness, right? So it's the uncanny valley. So people are exploring different designs, different interaction methodologies. Technology is not yet perfect, so there are many things that are still not possible to do. We cannot read micro expressions or even understand speech from a distance. So as technology evolves, you can try new things. You put them to test with users, you extract lessons, but the field is still in this exploration phase. So I believe that we still need maybe more 1 decade to start having actually companies that know that something will be useful and they patent it to prevent others to do it. But right now I think it's still very experimental.
So unless someone has a quick question to throw, yeah.
I was just checking on the web. The Toyota Kirobo robo is a very good example of artificial intelligence, if I can say that. I don't like the word artificial intelligence, but just for us to communicate. Because, in fact, it's a companion robot that learns from your driving habits and tries to correct your driving habits. And I was seeing some of the applications that you presented, and as I told you before, I was one day waked by a CNN showing me your robo at pediatric oncology, and it wasn't CNN. I was just saying, come on, this is University of Lisbon, and I'm seeing it CNN, and I don't know it. And that kind of interaction in a clinical setting with real patients that needs really the incorporation of artificial intelligence. How long are we jumping from prototypes to clinical reality?
Yep. So there are still some technical and usability difficulties in that regard. So the Toyota robot actually looks at your driving patterns from getting sensors from your actual driving conditions. So there are sensors that are embedded in the machine that give you that information. In other settings is much more difficult because the perception of the robot is not enough to understand everything that's going on. And if you want to get the real state of the person, you would have to instrument it with a lot of sensors, localization sensors, ECG sensors, whatever. And this becomes impractical to have persons in a big institution all instrumented. Maybe it can be done in a short-scale study, but I don't know if in the long term we can have these devices that everyone can wear and that can give always the right state. Maybe with the smartwatches and these new technological developments, we can have that. But right now, for a robot alone, without all this infrastructure, it's still not practical to do that.
No, I'm just, Professor Rosegas Paris set the mood for forward-looking. So let me throw a challenge at you. If you were to compare robotics with bionomics, so the idea that we actually use technology to enhance human capabilities rather than using robots, namely in the field of care, which one would you think would be the quickest to get to full market absorption?
Again, market questions. Well, the honest answer is I don't know. I don't know, because you have examples and counter-examples in both fields. So one of the difficulties in, let's say, exoskeletons for people is that they are really intrusive. They are not comfortable. They require a long training time. And so technology is not yet at the usability level that make it practical. So in the other end, if you use a robot like the Robert that I've shown, so it's not so intrusive, so you just use the robot, the mechanical aid, when it is needed, but there are still some security concerns, and so you really need one person by the side to make sure that everything goes well. So there are pros and cons on both sides, and I think predicting the market here is really very difficult.
So I think I'm going to wrap this up. Can I just finish with a reference that a big robot fight is being scheduled between the US, Japan, and China. So there's a death match. So this is a large, over 2 meter high robots, and they are scheduled to meet to have a fight to death kind of combat, and this is scheduled to happen very soon. And I hope we'll get images of that in your next presentation.
Let me add that, so in the Olympic Games in Tokyo in 2020, there will be a competition also for robots to do the competitions. This will also be interesting.
Okay, Alexandre, as always, your presentation was extremely interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you all for coming.
Ok, já estão todos cansados ao fim de um longo dia, vou só tomar-vos mais alguns minutos. Os meus dois colegas de mesa que deviam estar aqui presentes estão retidos numa reunião que devia ter terminado às 4 horas e começou às 5. E, portanto, rapidamente fazer um ponto de situação. Caros parceiros da Universidade de Lisboa, caros participantes na 4ª Conferência Anual da Rede Temática Interdisciplinar da Saúde da Universidade de Lisboa, minhas senhoras e meus senhores, a 4ª Conferência Anual da redeSAÚDE, que agora se conclui, faz parte de um ciclo de atividades iniciadas em 2013 e em que os elementos das diferentes escolas que integram a redeSAÚDE têm desempenhado um papel fundamental na afirmação em concreto de uma agenda para a investigação interdisciplinar neste setor. A 4ª Conferência Anual da redeSAÚDE foi pensada tendo por base uma abordagem interdisciplinar envolvendo as competências das escolas representadas na redeSAÚDE sob um tema agregador, Health at Lisbon, dando destaque à promoção da inovação através da utilização da investigação e desenvolvimento nas áreas da biomedicina e ciências da saúde, mas também mantendo presente a necessidade de melhorias nos cuidados de saúde através de ganhos de oportunidade relacionados com a inovação em saúde. Contamos com 2 keynote speakers, Martin Iserman, da Universidade de Twente, que iniciou a conferência com uma comunicação dedicada à promoção da colaboração interdisciplinar entre as ciências biomédicas e a avaliação de outcomes em saúde, especificamente no âmbito da utilização de tecnologias de medicina personalizada. O último keynote speaker que acabámos de ouvir, o Alexandre Bernardino, do Instituto Superior Técnico, apresentou, como viram, um quadro de desenvolvimento de uma nova área importante neste setor, Social Robotics. E vimos também algumas tendências para o futuro. Contámos este ano com uma modificação significativa que se traduziu em 2 períodos de sessões paralelas com um total de 79 comunicações orais e comunicações em painel, apresentadas por investigadores das escolas da Universidade de Lisboa, com destaque para os mais jovens, foi esse, no fundo, a determinante também que se seguiu desde o início, e apresentaram os seus trabalhos de investigação em diferentes áreas, como tiveram a oportunidade de seguir. Como anteriormente identificado, vamos prosseguir o trabalho da redeSAÚDE, tal como o nosso reitor aqui afirmou hoje de manhã, com um plano de trabalhos para o período 2017-2018, assente agora em 3 vetores centrais. O primeiro vetor de aprofundamento da agenda interdisciplinar de investigação e desenvolvimento e inovação como substrato essencial para alicerçar o nosso contributo para a economia e para a sociedade. Um segundo vetor de concretização na formação do Conselho Consultivo Empresarial da redeSAÚDE, que, exemplo do já realizado noutro contexto das redes, irá aqui também contribuir para trazer para dentro da Universidade parceiros empresariais essenciais para a construção do nosso futuro comum, não como stakeholders, mas como shareholders, como temos repetido sucessivamente. E, finalmente, um terceiro vetor sobre o aprofundamento da integração de parcerias nas áreas contributivas para o desenvolvimento da redeSAÚDE, designadamente melhorando a ligação do Lisbon Living Plus e do EIT Health às atividades da redeSAÚDE e dando particular destaque a partir de iniciativas em saúde pública, e o Rui Portugal ainda há pouco aqui estava, e outras a desenvolver ao papel da Universidade na melhoria do acesso à inovação em cuidados de saúde. Terminamos o segundo dia da 3ª Semana da Inovação da Universidade de Lisboa com o encerramento dos trabalhos da 4ª Conferência Anual da redeSAÚDE, Rede Temática Interdisciplinar da Saúde da Universidade de Lisboa. Gostaria de aproveitar a ocasião para agradecer na pessoa dos professores Ana Sebastião, Margarida Diogo, Helena Monteiro, Bruno Spodes e Helena Cortês Pinto, membros do Core Group da redeSAÚDE, a todos os elementos da redeSAÚDE, bem como a todos os que realizam um valioso trabalho de investigação, desenvolvimento e inovação na Universidade de Lisboa, no âmbito das ciências da saúde e cuidados de saúde. Juntos e com os nossos parceiros externos, cada vez mais presentes no nosso cotidiano, seremos certamente capazes de encontrar soluções para ajudar a desenvolver um setor estratégico e essencial para a nossa sociedade e o sistema de saúde. Não deixaremos de dar também o nosso contributo para o desenvolvimento da nossa economia neste setor, tendo sempre presente a necessidade de encontrar soluções inovadoras para os cidadãos. A todos os participantes e convidados que hoje aqui marcaram presença, e foram no total 255 ao longo do dia, o nosso muito obrigado e um até breve. Amanhã continuamos os trabalhos da 3ª Semana de Inovação da Universidade de Lisboa com a 2ª Conferência Anual da Rede de Mobilidade Urbana Inteligente. Até amanhã.